Greetings, everybody. My name is CoinStamp, and welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment, since I'm on time today, to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every single stream, all you gotta do is chuck some change at me. A donation of $2 or more, or a one-time donation of $2 or more during the month, or the purchase or maintenance of any continuous membership subscription is enough to find your names on these placards. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917 and most likely Shine, or Mr. Shiny as we know him, for their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy all the benefits and privileges that come along with that. I would also like to thank Mr. Gordo Goku for their continued purchase or maintenance of their coffee tier, or I'm sorry, their Patreon Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that. Finally, well, not finally, but I'd like to also thank Mr. Raspy the Player for their continued maintenance of their coffee Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a membership. And while I do not have anyone during this month's cycle that has donated, I would like to thank people who have donated directly in the past. Please note that although the direct donations do not come with any bells or frills or whistles or fancy things, donations are one of the most direct ways I have or that you guys have to directly support me. And if that's all you're looking to do, then I sincerely thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. Oh, I don't know why that snapped over the way it did. That was weird. But let's go ahead and greet our lovely audience, and then we can get started. I'll start over on the red app first, and then move over to the purple one. Mr. Gordo Goku says, "Good afternoon, hope you're well." Thank you, good sir. I hope you are doing well. In both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You're at 99.67% now, getting closer. Yes, sir. Good luck to you for that last 0.33%. That you're truly in Nightmareville with that. And thank you. We will certainly try to have a great stream. Okay, make sure. All right. Greetings to both Mr. User 11 and Mr. Jason. Welcome on in to both of you. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you both are doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stays, respectively. Mr. User 11 says, "Won't be able to watch the stream today. You have a lot going on." No worries. I'm just thankful you can even be here at all, Mr. User 11. Well, I hope you enjoyed at least the few minutes that you were here, Mr. User 11. But if you're about to head out the door, it was good to see you. I do hope that you're doing well, that you continue to do well in body and spirit. It was good to see you. I hope to see you again soon rather than later. But if I don't see you, my lovely senator, for whatever reason, you know, rest well, do stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to read the rest of these comments and then kind of explain what we're doing today. I'm hoping that I only have 2 parts today. Mr. Jason says, I agree with Mr. Jason's sentiment. It's nice to see anyone even for only a second. Never mind the whole stream. Mr. Jason says, "You actually have some good news today, Mr. Coin, although they have yet to join us. We did get our 53rd verified streamer today." Nice. Oh, Mr. Coin, ahead of Mr. Shiny's entrance, the sound effects are locked again. Thanks. Let me see if this fixes it. I hate asking you to do extra work, Mr. Jason, but I think in the future I may need you to, at the start of the stream, whenever you happen to get here, you know, just check to see if the channel rewards are active, and you'll be able to tell because, you know, only the black color-coded ones will be there. If that happens, if you type in... I'll make sure I've got the right command for this. This was a while back. Hold on. If you type in !disable SB space revert, I'll spell that out for you. That should be the correct spelling. I'll double check. Yes. Yeah. And the space and the extra word are necessary for that command to work, because revert is technically a sub-argument. That should fix the soundboard problem. I'll go ahead and kill it as a test demonstration. Should be this button, if I'm remembering correctly. It is not. Which button called this command again? Sorry, I feel like I should have my, you know, keys internalized, but I do not. It's probably this one. Yeah, so I've activated the kill switch for the soundboard, and I'll just spit the command back out again to demonstrate this. Twitch, I'm not interested in your chart for channel points. We don't need to do this. Yeah, that command called up that function pretty quickly. You'll also find this, Mr. Jason, in the moderator command channel on my Discord server. Only you and Mr. Darcy would be able to see it. But I do have that listed there. I'm probably am going to have to start asking you to check that. It keeps happening. And I'm really sad that I keep killing my soundboard by accident. I don't even press that key. I think that's the worst part, is I've never pressed... I usually don't press that key. But, I mean, clearly it continues to happen. And I don't know what else to do. So, hopefully you shouldn't have to look out for it too often. That said... You guys might be wondering, why the heck are we hearing Divine Dragon music? I'll explain that in just a moment. But first, I'd like to do a recap for what happened last time. Last time we watched Paint Dry, the stream. I'm not kidding. We sat through and perused locations on a map in order to, like, work towards showcasing the map. That said, I have taken the liberty of going through and reviewing all of the locations, and I have found 9 that we do not have. The rest should be evident from both the quests we've done, you know, for caves, wells, and so on, or shrines, or even surface quests on the surface. Or by virtue of getting the Skyview Towers online themselves, there are a bunch of locations that are supposed to come preloaded into the map, and you're supposed to get those when you get the Skyview Tower. So, I'm going to trust that the preloaded locations, which is what those are in fact, you know, fully taken care of by the Sky Tower. That's a pretty big assumption I'm making, but otherwise we would be here for several days, and that's just time I don't have, unfortunately. Want to make sure I am not forgetting anything. Other than that, we did occasionally, you know, go and do some action, but for the most part, we watched paint dry. Today, we're hopefully going to watch less paint dry. I have found those 9 locations, and we're going to be finishing those. After that, we are going to start working on these treasure chests. They've got to get done. Once the treasure chests are finished, we will be in the death throes of this game, and the following streams will have armor upgrades and cooking recipes. Those will be very structured. One other bit of bookkeeping. On the 5th of this month, that's February, on the 5th, I will put out an announcement about this after stream today. On the 5th, and I'm reiterating it for clarity multiple times, that is when our vote item for our next major project will become due. You guys have about 96 hours, maybe a little bit less than that. More like 84 hours. You guys have about 84 hours to conclude or finish your votes. You know, finalize your subscriptions if you would like an extra vote counted towards your voting options, things like that. So just putting that out there. If you have not voted on our ranked choice, so vote for as many as you want to see as possible. If you have not voted for our ranked choice on what the next major project is going to be, please get that vote in. The time is running out to do that. My Discord server is the only place where we do these vote items. It is the only place I will ever do these vote items. You have my word on that. Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to shill the Discord on the Twitch side, I will do the same on the YouTube side. Please and thank you very much, good sir. Hopefully the YouTube bot should be fixed. There were a couple commands that weren't working, and it turns out that they were checking the Twitch side and not the YouTube side. Yeah, streamer.bot works for Twitch too. You can totally have it check Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, and Kick at the same time. I figured out what was wrong. I fixed it, so the YouTube commands should be tracking properly now. Should be. If something is erroneous, you know, do let me know, and I'll try to get it fixed. And thank you again, Mr. Jason. We put our vote items on Discord, so if you guys want to participate in the votes, most of your channel benefits are Discord related. Extra perks, extra channel benefits, seeing the thumbnails ahead of schedule when I make them, the unique ones. I don't post repeats for preview. I don't think that's very fair, and it's kind of slop at that point. So, unique thumbnails, you guys get them ahead of schedule compared to the rest of your peers. The Discord is the place to get your perks. Please consider joining. I work really hard on it. I've just updated the command section today. I guess I have added a new command while I'm here. Exclamation mark. Let me make sure I've got this correct, because this is new. I don't have it internalized. Exclamation mark map. Okay, can people hear me properly? I sure hope so, because the stream disconnected for some weird reason. Anyway, I think I'm good to get rid of Discord and just kind of reduce the overall stuff we're working with, less tabs. Thank you, Mr. Jason, and thank you to Mr. Gordogoku as well. Good. I'm glad you two can hear me. Yeah, stream DC'd for a second there. So sorry. Like I was saying, I finished putting that up. I do have commenting privileges turned on, so if you guys think it could be better, you're welcome to leave a comment. You're also welcome to just DM me if you think something should be better. I've more or less kept the internal names the same on this spreadsheet, so if you guys are like, hey, internal names don't work for me, give me like the closest coordinates you have, blah blah blah, you know, I can do that, but I won't know to do that unless someone has voiced that particular request. And I have not forgotten about your message, Mr. Jason. I just wanted to get all the bookkeeping done, but thank you for the reminder. Mr. Jason says, but using choice words due to confidentiality, you're glad that you made a good situation earlier of a not so great situation. Like you said, Mr. Jason had the best interest of said person in mind. Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Jason. I'm glad that both myself and Vice President Carly were there to help you on that. Mr. Jason says, being a friend of Mr. Coin is the ultimate perk for you. Anything else is bonus? Oh, I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I really do. Now that we're done with the bookkeeping, let me tell you guys about the goal we have for today. Again, the goal for today is I have 9 locations that I have marked with these diamonds. We're gonna clear those out. 8 of them are, I'm sorry. Yeah, 9 of them are here. We have a dispenser that I apparently just never found. I never bothered to, you know, look where I was going, etc., etc. So we're gonna go fix that too. And then after that, we'll start clean sweeping these treasure chests. But before we do any of that, though, unfortunately, I'm here at Nadra. Now, why am I here at Miss Nadra? Because I am trying to farm her parts. I have her claws, I have her scales, I have her horns, as soon as I can find it. And I need her fangs. Right, I think so, yeah. I need her fangs. So we're gonna be here for half an hour while we do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and move up. So please consider this first half an hour an AMA. How's everyone doing today? Did you guys have a fun weekend? I had an okay weekend. Unfortunately, the weekend was iced out, and I ended up not being able to do a fun tabletop with my friends, but, you know, that's life for you. Sometimes life rains on your parade or ices it out in this case, and all you have left to do is, you know, just handle it. Mr. Jason says, but as Mr. Jason said, good sir, Mr. Jason will just cut his hotel chocolate spending down by 5% and gift that person a gift sub to make, eventually to make good. I am sure that person would understand, but if you make yourself, if you yourself feel better, because I act the same way. I'm the same way. If I make a mistake and I know for a fact it's my fault, and other people are, you know, trying to be understanding of that, I feel better after I've at least made an attempt to pay them back. I'm gonna get her nostril, just be ready. But yeah, I will absolutely, you know, try to pay that person back to the best of my ability, though I try to ask them in what way they would prefer to be paid back, if at all possible, because people paying them back in a way that you prefer is you yourself feeling better. You're making yourself feel better. If you pay them back in a way they would like, well, then that shows more respect. And it's not just about you, it's about them. that sort of thing. Mr. Jason says, with all due respect to the amazing Alan, good sir, you'll happily glaze me more than a Krispy Kreme donut every day. Yeah, be careful. That is a Mr. Jason quote of all time. With most streams where you're a moderator, you are there because you kind of have to be there to a certain degree, but with yours, the entire 4 hours is roped off strictly for you because you want to be there, and I appreciate that, truly. I'm glad that you are here not out of an obligation. That's sort of my goal, is to have people be there not out of obligation, but because they want to be. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, you did check with said person in that DM and they agreed. Very well. I trust that. Okay. Cool. Mr. Gordogoku says, you thought it was you? Yeah, no worries. Sometimes my internet just cuts out.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a bit of a monotonous time. We are farming up the last 3 Nadra parts we need for the game. Let me get over specifically where she is. Right there. Oh, thank God I was able to catch that. Mr. Jason says, oh, yes, I apparently accidentally killed the sound redeems again today, and so Mr. Jason caught that and had me fix them for you. So I'm glad that was a non-issue. It seems to be happening more frequently than I would like, but yes, we are here. We are here on Nadra to farm up the 3 fangs we need. Speaking of, and this is not directed at Mr. Shiny per se, but if people are like, hey, how do you know you need 3 fangs? Well, I've got a lovely command that'll help you guys out with that. If you type in exclamation mark materials book on Twitch, it should be asterisk materials book on YouTube. I'll go ahead and demonstrate that now. This is the planning book that I have created to help everyone out with how they can beat the game. Down to the exact material that I use to fulfill all of these requests. And while I did not construct the base charts themselves, I did modify a lot of the base charts and added some of my own, just to help with, those that want to at least have fully upgraded their horse, or get all the distinct recipe cards at least once, and so on from there. So with this 100% Let's Play, I am trying to be a little bit more of a walkthrough channel in that regard, more seriously, because while I think I did an okay job at Breath of the Wild, I thought deep down that I could do a much better job when Tears of the Kingdom, when it started. I just didn't really know how to go about it. But these resource trackers should be a good start toward that, and the video essay will act as my capstone on all of this. Where I'll do the comparisons and contrasts, as well as issue my opinion. But nestled in with all that will be plenty of tips and tricks for those that are looking to get their start in Tears of the Kingdom as well. So, I want that essay to be a good case of part informatic, part funny, and part useful. I want it to be I want it to serve a lot of different functions, and that'll serve as I'm not just some generic little streamer streaming a game just cause. I'm trying to contribute. And I believe these different resources are a good start on that. Mr. Jason says, I'm pretty sure I missed one. Well, thank you for the assist on that. Mr. Shiny says that was a good call. That's why I have him. He acts as an extra set of eyes. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin Suremu, the friend of said person, understands. Yep. A lot of that stuff was discussed, in the ticket. Like I said when I said earlier that I'm pretty sure that person would understand and would agree on that and probably not even ask for, like, compensation. Well, at least you have something. Mr. Jason then says we have to look at a bigger picture than anyone in general. Like any one single person. Yeah, you're right about that. I probably would have been, me personally, I probably would have been a little bit more open to taking risk. But, that's like an Americanism. Us Americans like taking risks. We're not... Sometimes the risks bite us in the butt, and sometimes we even get injured by them. But for the most part... and that isn't like... I'm mostly waxing poetic. I'm not being that serious. We do, as a country, like to take risks. We were a bunch of pioneers for a reason. Mr. Gordogoku asks... or says, I'm curious, you're curious, did I 100% Breath of the Wild? I came pretty close, but no. I did not get the monster medals. There were monster medals in that game. And upon learning that, I was like, well, I can't really say I 100%ed Breath of the Wild if I've made such an obvious error. I did do a lot of everything else, though. And of course, I got most of the map done. I got 99.42% of the map done, so 0.58 was what I had left. And I kind of wanted to be done, etc., etc. So, I made the distinct decision. At the time, I really didn't think I missed much of anything. I didn't know about the monster medals. If I had known about the monster medals, I would have gone and actually done that stuff. I would have done the hunting off camera, just like I did all the hunting for these monster medals also off camera. I would have done that. This is kind of what I mean when I say I did an okay job at Breath of the Wild, but I knew I could do better. So I want to do better. So doing all this is better. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin. You really did love your statements and all that. Although in this regard, Carly got elevated to your rank. So we just went with what Ms. Carly said this time, good sir. Well, I think of it less that way and more of the, you two have spoken on the matter. When I said overruled was a bit of a strong word. It wasn't like a charged word, just a strong word. What I should have said there was, I clearly am not I wasn't in the capacity to change minds or anything in the first place. I was just trying to figure out a way where we could have our cake and eat it. Which really wasn't going to work in the long run, but that's what I meant by, I can be a little bit of a risk taker. Have your cake and eat it. Everyone wants to do that. And if there is a way to have your cake and eat it, why not? Just, be aware of the risks. And, don't complain when the risks bite you. But that my perspective was amidst a sea of different other perspectives. Mr. Jason says, if something is really important, you can elevate people to your rank. Fair. Although, again, I don't really see it that way. It's less of an elevation of rank and more of a you preferred one perspective over another. No elevation of rank required. You had an option you preferred and you went with it, as is your God-given right as someone who has founded the TCC and wants to shape the vision of it. It is yours to shape. Mr. Jason says, either way, you're happy to have you, and so she doesn't nag you, an award-winning business owner. Too true. Too true. And I'm willing to defer to Miss Carly because she pays taxes. She knows what she's talking about. As much as any person that normally pays taxes would be able to, like, rely on their skills and training. I have a friend who owns his own business, he pays business tax. So if I really wanted to, I could have consulted him for information, but the kind of business he runs, there's really not a bunch of time left for him to just answer, random questions from, a homebody like me. So I went with book information, which I don't think was incorrect, just not good enough for liability, probably. Mr. Gordo Goku says that's a lot. That's good. Thank you. Also, did you do the DLC to get the bike? Yup. Sure did, because that is required for completion. That is not required for 100% for the game's purposes, but if you want to say you've completed, like fully completed Breath of the Wild, the DLC is part of that, especially if it gives you something significant, like a bike, or, cooldown upgrades for your powers or something. Yeah, that's kind of important. Mr. Jason says, plus, Mr. Coin, on the global level, she's the president? Right. This is why I've amended my statement to say I am the U.S. branch president. Mr. Jason says, you decided not to ask Soremu the actual question, just reverted to asking a general question. But yeah, some people don't quite comprehend board-level lexicon. I think it's less that and more of there's no way to ask in a general way what that kind of question is without, violating confidentiality or... Oh, that's why I'm trying to pull out a bow that ain't there. Are some of the buttons on the controller starting to die? That's kind of unfortunate. Wait, why did I pull a claw from her? I don't need claws. I need fangs. What am I doing? I know why I'm doing it. It's because I'm used to parking at places closer to the parts I'm farming, but I can't do that with Nadra, because if I do that with Nadra, I will literally be iced off of her back. That is super unfortunate. Let me just do this. So make that 40 minutes of part farming. So sorry. But yeah, there was no way to ask that kind of question without, without getting yourself in trouble or being too forward about it. So I'm glad you went with a more general question. So outside of that, I have to say, I've enjoyed my journey with Tears of the Kingdom. I'll be happy to move us forward to, the Ultimate Trial, which will be our palate cleanser game. I want to give us a little more time together as a Zelda-related audience before, I move on to Elden Ring. Because it's hard for me. A good portion of this move to Elden Ring Reforged is because I find it really difficult to support Nintendo as an individual. I could sit here and not be abrasive as a channel owner, but just as an individual, it is hard for me to support them when they are clearly choosing to be more jerkish than just don't make ROM hacks of our IP. Please don't touch our IP in any defamatory context. And for those that maybe lack or don't really or are used to the way we do things here in the West, in Japan, like IP or like intellectual property is like a very it's kind of like asking a blacksmith to reveal his trade secrets. In Japan, you just didn't do that. These things were passed through the family line and were kept that way for a long, long time. And if you passed off the family secrets, you were dishonored. You were cast out. And that has manifested today in the form of, not of fiercely guarding your intellectual properties so that people don't either take creative liberties with them or, don't do things that were not asked for with your IP. Sometimes even down to like some devs would even consider speedrunning to kind of be like, especially speedrunning with glitches, to be kind of a soft crime against their work. So to them, no matter how many fan projects are made out of love or adoration for the IP, just making it alone is considered a cultural faux pas to Japanese developers. You just don't do that. You are inspired by it, and you make something a little bit less on the nose, but you can't just make something that's identical or a sub-game that is based off of the current engine. You just don't do that type of thing. You're frowned at the very least. Mr. Jason says, what you find interesting, Mr. Coin, is that you, myself, and Ms. Carly can discuss things related to the TCC in the streams, and since we can all be so vague, it sounds like we have our own language. It's like it's like someone coming home from a regular board meeting and, spitting out some vague version of jargon that makes some kind of sense. But if you're not willing to spend the time to infer what that language is or what that lexicon of words is, then it does kind of sound like a language, yes. It's called coded language. When we're vague, when we're being vague like this, although we're not so vague, being so vague that no one, gets what we're talking about, that is called coded language. It is a skill I've been practicing. Why would I practice coded language when I'm someone who believes in, abject honesty? I think honesty truly is the best policy. And ideally we wouldn't even tell white lies to each other in order to spare feelings. We just wouldn't do that. But in today's modern world, speaking directly about certain things is dangerous. It just is. And because those things are dangerous to say, or will get you in trouble with corporations that you work for, corporations that you interface with the public writ large, or with prospective state, local, prefecture, or municipal governments. It's kind of important you speak in code. In my case, it started as practice saying the red app, the purple app, but working on a skill working on a tiny slice of a skill does eventually let you work on a bigger slice of that same skill. And so I've gotten a little bit better at speaking in code. Not much better, but better enough for my purposes. Mr. Jason goes on to say, and while you do not always have the right words, you know that myself and Miss Carly understand. Yep. Well, hey, like I said, I'm a fellow Spectral. I know what you're trying to say. and makes perfect sense to me. But because I've had to mask almost my whole life, I don't know if you've had to mask yourself, but I've had to mask in order to interface with the public, at large for a long time. So I kind of have a better idea of what I don't want to say normal, but what neurotypically healthy people, how they would tend to interpret things. So I'm a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit better. I'm a little bit more used to trying to translate between different facets of people. I'm a little more used to doing that. Perhaps compared to other spectrals, other peers, or other fellow spectrals. I'm sorry, I'm not ending the sentence right. I'm a little bit more used to being able to translate between different peerage groups compared to some of my spectral peers, or neurotypical peers even. It is the consequence of being a social chameleon, or at least a little bit of one. Mr. Jason says, PSA, Mr. Coin appreciates if you could subscribe on the red app. And he really appreciates it if you could subscribe on the purple app, too. If you do both, you've achieved true parity. Too true. I'm still working on the soundboard effects. I apparently learned that, I think her name is Marsha Brady, from the Brady Bunch, did not say, if you say so. That's like that is apparently a misattribution. There's a different person from the Brady Bunch that says that, like episode 12, I think. But, she didn't say the quote. Apparently, I just misread a GIF as containing a quote, so I have to go back to the drawing board to find a different character that says that line. I've also been working on a number of different things all at once, plus a lot of my time has just been consumed by, Tears of the Kingdom. I've been busy making, the Google Sheet checklists. I've been trying to gear up with, the video essay. And in other news, I guess I can kind of talk about this with my personal life. I've been thinking about withdrawing from the veterans advocacy group I'm part of. I've been thinking really hard about that. One of the things that the advocacy group has, and I will not specify their name for security reasons, is they have a patriotism clause. I don't feel like much of a patriot right now. I just don't. I love my country. I'm not ashamed of being born as an American. I am, however, ashamed of what has been happening with the U.S. government, and especially after the release of certain documents that show culpability at multiple levels in society. I'm just not feeling patriotic. That puts me at odds with my organization, because if I'm not feeling like a patriot, I'm not going to act like one. And if I need to act like one in order to support our United States veterans, then I'm fronting a lie. I'm serving a lie. Or I am serving a lie to myself. And I refuse to do that. So I've been thinking about whether or not I want to be careful so as to not... Yuck. Okay, I gotta cling to her back like a couple of spines down. Perhaps this spine right here ought to work. Yeah, something like that. I have found that spines are typically pretty safe to ride around the sides of. Thank you for your lurk, much appreciated, and welcome on in. Hope you enjoy. Mr. Jason says, plus Mr. Coin, with regard to said person, Even when Twitch gives sub at a basic level is double what said person's subject was. Yeah, that person's product was very cheap for a reason. And it being cheap means it is easy to compensate for should some things happen. Do I have it upgraded? I don't think... No, I don't have it upgraded. I freeze. I'm wearing the full set, but I do not have it upgraded. Mr. Jason says that we have a screenshot of said discussion and agreement. Yep. I do intend on just like to speak a little bit more directly, but not in a revelatory manner, Mr. Jason. I will archive that ticket after today. You know, I was just trying to get a lot of stuff done. Couldn't archive it then. I will be taking screen caps of conversations, and then we're probably good to do that. I would also like to... I'm gonna do like a test archive of the old ticket with, you know, the person we threw out with the bath water, if you get what I'm talking about. The person we threw out with the bath water due to personal conflicts, when I archive that, I'm gonna do a test archive of that. I'm gonna make sure that that works. And then if, assuming it works, I will be ready to roll out the archival system for the tickets en masse. And you know, share examples with the board. God, I am stuffy today. No worries, Mr. Gordagoku. Thank you for chatting about it, though. As always, I pretty much when I realized that I needed to upgrade all of the armors again, I'm like, I'm only gonna upgrade stuff that I actually either want to upgrade or stuff that you know, is absolutely necessary to upgrade. Such as the stealth set. I have found its effects to be really critical to me being able to farm things in this game. So I upgraded that, and I upgraded defense sets to show off like Great Fairy cutscenes, and that's pretty much about it. The rest I have left upgraded for the unupgraded for the purposes of being able to show it off on camera. Mr. Jason says, but you know one thing, good sir? The poor corporate secretary, they have only probably just gotten up and they have a lot to read through. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, our corporate secretary is free to peruse and read at their own risk. Things just needed to be settled before they could even weigh in, truly. I don't think they would, I don't think they mind that. Sometimes we just can't wait. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think they'll probably come around to the same reasoning as Miss Carly if given the opportunity, but yeah, that... Mr. Jason says, to be fair, they don't need to weigh in. You adjourned it. Fair. Fair. Just gonna... No, Link. No, Link. There we go. Yeah, see, I have found this to be a little bit easier if you know, sit in bullet time for a second while letting the part spawn, and you'll get it no problem. I've started doing that more, and when I get close, and I miss less dragon parts this way. Link, buddy, get on her spine. For the love of God. Just get on there and stay there. Nader has been especially uncooperative as a dragon. I thought Dinral was bad, but no, Nader has been the worst. Her route is short, fast, she's moving a lot. It's Dinroll does a lot of vertical motion in like their route, but that is not the same as just circling quickly. Mr. Jason says, and you said to me and Miss Carly the other day, good sir, we could be in a super important TCC meeting and we'll be like, nope. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Like I was saying earlier, we'll make sure that the text box, okay, the text box is fine. Nope, it's Coinstamp stream time soon, meeting adjourned, and obviously when you adjourn a meeting, it's, you know, adjourned. Yes, that would go without saying, but you're absolutely correct, and the executive chair's word is law. We all know this, so yes. That said, speaking of things that are law, you know what else is the law? Commercial breaks. We have to take one at the top of every hour. I jest, but I do take one at the top of every hour, which will be in about 3.5 minutes from now. When that time comes, there will be a little timer up above where my head is. It'll read for 3 minutes, and during that time, I get up and get a stretch and do other things. I highly recommend that you guys do the same. You know, get up, stretch, move around, or do something productive. But, you know, regardless of how you choose to spend your time, as I'm no one's boss, when the timer hits, you know, 0 minutes and 0 seconds, when that's what it reads, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to the gaming, or, you know, the conversation. The coinversation even, you know, whatever we care to do, really, or whatever we are doing at the time. I'm hoping that after this last Nadra part, we can move on and actually get on with our day. I apologize for doing the on-screen or the off-screen grinding on stream. I really do. That was something I had vowed, or made a sort of vow that I would never really do. If I did it in passing, it's fine on the way to doing something productive. But here with Nadra, there is nothing for me to do other than wait. And I don't want the opportunity to pass me by where I could get a, you know, a fang or a claw or whatever. Because that stuff takes 10 minutes, 10 in-game, or 10 real-world minutes, or 10 hours, roughly, in the game. And because this thing is time-locked, and things just happened to land where they did today, I had to do this on camera, and it'll be good for us in the long run to get it out of the way. If this were like farming Hinox guts, which I still have to do, by the way, I have a lot of them, but I do not have enough of them. You know, that I will just, you know, wait. We'll find something else to do. But this feels a bit different. It's too time sensitive, really. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, when 6 p.m. hits, it's coin stamp time. I appreciate that, good sir. Miss Carly streamed Hightail yesterday. I've heard good things about it. Since you don't stream at the weekend, you got the honor to stay for the entire stream. Nice. Nice. I have thought about broadening my stream window for Elden Ring Reforged when we get there. I won't need to do that for Ultimate Trial. Like, that's fine. Whatever we get done in a 4-hour sitting is fine. But with Elden Ring Reforged, since I'm moving to a challenge run, I feel like I need more time to practice. 4 hours is not a very substantive amount of time in Soulsborne games. If you've ever seen Elden Ring before, Mr. Jason, you'll know what I'm talking about. You could spend 4 hours doing the same thing and not even be anywhere halfway near done with what you're doing. Maybe in Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, where the distance between areas is very short, you could do that. But in Elden Ring, the distance between areas is very long. What is the deal with the capture card? I'll have to finish this discussion when we come back from break. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me catch up on chat, and then we could go about our business. Mr. Jason says, "Too true, good sir. Whatever time you choose for Elden Ring, you're off at 10 p.m. 5 p.m. for me." Understandable. I don't know if I'm streaming later or starting earlier yet for that. But I do think I need a couple more hours of practice with a game like that. Plus, you know, that's just Elden Ring. Never mind Reforged, where, you know, Reforged is... How do I word this? It is a more technical version of Elden Ring. Reforged is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring. So it's like base Elden Ring is a technical game, but it, like most, you know, Dark Souls titles or like FromSoft titles with this formula, it can be somewhat cheesy. When I say cheesy, I mean there are things you could do to make the game not a joke, not a cakewalk, but manageable for you without it being too difficult. You know, unfair boss mechanics sometimes notwithstanding. Reforged fixes a lot of that cheese and says, no, you need to do things the way they were intended to be done. Even if the cheese may have, in fact, been the intended way, Elden Ring Reforged demands a bit more of its player base, but there are more difficulties to choose from. You don't have to play. There's only one difficulty with Elden Ring, and it's Elden Ring. With Reforged, you actually have a number of different difficulties. You could turn on God mode if you want. You can make the enemies hit harder or less hard. You can give yourself more or less. Your stats can be less effective. You can reduce your iframes on roll. You could even do that baseline just by wearing heavier or lighter armor, which you couldn't do that much of in Elden Ring normally as a game. So, Reforged goes out of its way to account for all of these things in its design. So it is a technical game. And as context, Souls games are typically and traditionally played on using controller, right? Not the lead mod dev. The lead mod author, the only mod author, is individual by the name of Kernifer. And Kernifer Kernifer plays on mouse and keyboard. I'll just come out and say it. Mouse and keyboard. That means they are really precise. If you're playing Elden Ring on a mouse and keyboard, you are very precise. You are very in tune with the mechanics of the game because you have a better sense of the feel. The controller can kind of mask those things for people. Mask the precision at the... I'm sorry, you lose some precision and expense for the ease of play, the ease of use. And that precision, that fine control over Elden Ring controls is what gives Reforged the reputation it has. It is a more technical but more satisfying game to play. But technical in Elden Ring, it does translate indirectly to some difficulty. Just because people are not used to or familiar with the tightened controls or the lack of available cheese. Just to come out and say that. I guess before we do this part, I'm gonna just cook some cold resist real quick. Like that. I know this recipe by heart, which is what happens when you play a game often enough. And why am I doing that? That is to be able to wear the glide armor. And then we can get started with our day properly. Hold on. There we go. We got the third fang. Cool. That one was a little finicky, but I'm glad we got it. 3 fangs. A couple of extra claws. The necessary amount of scales, and plenty of Nadra shards. Oh, I'm happy to have that task done. I am so happy to have that done. Now, we're on to actual business. And not, stuff Coin should have done off camera and didn't quite get the chance to finish. So, I am not sure I clicked on the right thing. I may not have. But our first object of business is to get the final device dispenser. Mr. Gordogoku says you're late in thinking this, but you have the unfreezable helmet. I think I do have Xants. You're correct about that. But it's done and you're late for thinking that. Oh, no worries, Mr. Gordogoku. I'm happy you even said it. Yes, you are correct. Where is it? It's got an effect to it. Just gotta find it. Xant's helmet. Yeah, I do have it. Could have wore it too, but meh. I didn't wear the lightning helm when I was farming this stuff on Farosh, so to me there's like no effective difference between wearing Xants and being able to stand on her head or wherever, and not being able to wear, or not wearing Xants and having to stand a bit further back. There's no difference for me. I'm fairly relaxed about that type of stuff. Now, let me make sure I'm wearing wooden weapons here. Not that I actually need to, but never hurts to be too safe. So, you guys might be wondering, where the heck is this device dispenser and why is it here? Maybe for the more investigative, at the time I just kind of, you know, I took the mask and followed the voice and didn't pay much attention. If I looked around and did my due diligence, you would have spotted this rack of parts over here. Why is there a rack of parts? Well, if you turn around further, look. Let me just zoom in a little bit and delete this. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just now starting on the official business of clearing up the last 9 locations we need to find. Mr. Tension says, hey, Mr. Coin, you did it. You beat the Link Between Worlds 100% playthrough. Awesome. How was the 100%? Or Link to the Past, 100%. How was Link to the Past? And did it treat you well? And did you like the game? I enjoy Link to the Past. I mean, I don't enjoy it enough to replay it or anything, but I have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it enough to play it in a combo rando with Super Metroid or other games, among other things. We want... Let's see, I believe we need 170 large Zonai charges, I think, if I'm remembering my checklist correctly. But I'm going to double check it. 175. Cool. We have 5 of these we can spend on this. Mr. Jason says that game truly was a Link to the Past for you. Too true. Mr. Tetchin says it was a great game. It's super long. Yeah, it's longer than people think. It's longer than people think it is. The game asked a lot of you back during that era. It's considered a cult classic for a number of different reasons, and its surprising length while not, wearing out its welcome is one of them. Mr. Tetchin says you love the colors and artwork. Oh, yeah, it has amazing sprite work. I will definitely give you that. It's got some impressive sprite work. Although I will say some sprite work is pretty ambiguous, such as the Aghanim sprite. You can't tell where his face is. I know where Aghanim's face is because I've seen a close-up of the sprite, but some people think that that tiara he's wearing is his mouth, and it's not. It's a tiara on his hood. His face is below that. Mr. Jason says, you think that one of your first consoles was the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the SNES? I hear ya. Mr. Jason says you agree with Mr. Tension, but for Mr. Jason, it'll be colors with a U. Yeah. The British and the Australian with their U's everywhere. Us and the Canadians have excised a lot of the U's out. Not all, and our Canadian friends have not excised all of the U's, but we have excised, for the most part, a lot of the U's. Although Canada may or may not be rethinking that strategy given its distancing that it's trying to engage in at the moment. Mr. Tetchin says, agreed. I'm glad you agree. The sprite work is pretty compelling reason to like it as well. And the musical score is pretty good too. It's not like stuff I'd want to listen to over and over again, but for its time, A Link to the Past is able to do a lot on the sound chip that it has, and that's always impressive. And with that, I assume we've got all these parts. With that is the last device dispenser that we were missing. That's all done. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, back then when you were a child, you were wondering why Link's hair was pink, but now you know. Yeah, it's because of like an error in pixelation, or something else, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken though. Mr. Tension says you're playing Link's Awakening right now, Mr. Coin. Awesome, going for 100%. Are you playing the original, or like a handheld port, or are you playing the Switch port? Just out of curiosity. Okay, and now we've got these surface locations. That's what's left. Let me find the first one. Ludo's Crossing. I know where that is. Ludo's Crossing is here in Zora's Domain, or near Zora's Domain, I should say. Let's go to that and fly toward it now. Tension says the original one? Oh, the Game Boy Color original even. Nice. It's certainly going to be a different game. I'll tell you that. I believe I own I don't own a copy. But I was given the game to play. I got the Switch port, or was given the Switch port to play. My sibling is the one who owns it. It was a nice enough game. I enjoyed it. That dungeon builder component, though, is like something else. That dungeon builder component and the Switch remake was something else. Mr. Tension says you got to buy a DS so you can play the rest of the Zelda games, Mr. Coin. Nice. Yeah, so that would be, what, Spirit Tracks and, Phantom Hourglass. Oh, and I guess Triforce Heroes as well. That's also on the DS. So we're gonna change this to that. We're gonna kick this thing off. Mr. Tenchi says, yes, Mr. Coin, correct. I appreciate that. I happened to be looking at a like a Zelda timeline the other day, like the official one, and I now understand why it looks like what it looks like, which is to say, I now understand. I now understand why Aonuma wanted to do the reset he wanted to do with, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I can't say I blame him for wanting to make the lore less confusing. Mr. Tension says, and 4 swords, which you can play 1-player mode on the DS. Ah, yeah, that is correct. I'd forgotten about 4 swords, mainly because I was used to the GameCube port. I'm pretty sure 4 swords is, you know, on the GameCube, and here is Ludo's Crossing for confirmation. So now we get to do the same thing over here. I'll go ahead and check this off. Let's move locations. Oh, it wants me to do Farron Woods first. Yep. We can make that happen. It'll be nice to get these locations out of the way, or so I hope. We've pretty much done, you know, we've been just about everywhere. We actually had not missed a single spot in the depths, to my knowledge, and this is after spending the time to double check. It really is just these like locations that are never required to get anywhere. You never have to touch them. You could literally walk around them. And we did that apparently a lot. I think at the time that we were doing these, or these locations that we had missed, I had started hover biking everywhere. And when that happened, well, you know, of course a lot of things are going to, you know, slip by the wayside. It's a consequence of being able to move around in the air. You could just straight up fly over certain things. Which is neat if you don't care about completion. It's aggravating when you do have to care about completion, I have to say. It's very aggravating. Also, I guess in other news, I forgot to say this off camera. I did start unlocking the pristines, or started getting some pristine weapons. I am up to now one of the more difficult ones to source, and I may have to buy this one. And that is the Royal Guard Claymore. It's only available in 9 spots to go find in the depths, and a 20% chance at each one, because there are 4 other Claymores you can get at the same spot. It is absolutely aggravating to have to go do that one. Mr. Tension says, nice, Mr. Coin, I'm proud of you. Thanks. I appreciate that, Mr. Tension. Oh, I'm gonna be glad when this is over and I get to comb through stream footage, you know, for clips and things. It's gonna be real nice to only have to pop open the game occasionally for the video essay and not for any other reason. Although here is a question I do want to ask. You know, gold enemies. Let's talk about. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Our gold enemies are not. They're not in this, right? That's Breath of the Wild that has the gold ones. The New Game Plus. Because I notice in the compendium there are If I go specifically to where the enemies are, and we go all the way down. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that is... What was I thinking? Was it equipment then? That had, like, several blanks for whatever reason? No, it's definitely not it. What am I thinking of then? Yeah, it's these. These 6 creatures. I can't tell if I've just never been there or if I've never taken a photo of those or just... Oh, I think this is just how, you know, not having them all... No? No, it says 92 here. Okay. Tension says, yeah, Breath of the Wild. That's Breath of the Wild on Master Mode. Okay. Then we don't need to talk about that then. Never mind. Mr. Gordon Goku says those are blank, not pictures. Right. Oh, did we... Hold on. I kind of just went, you know, meandered through an area. Pictures have numbers over them? Gotcha. Okay. So those are just straight up blank. That's fine. Feels like there should just be nothing there in that case, but... You know, who am I to complain? Oh, I did not mean to do that. Activating multiple powers at once is kind of a nightmare. Okay, but we have that done. Oh, you guys are gonna like this next one. Where is that? Is that here? Yeah, that's right here. You guys are gonna love this one, because I just went the whole game without touching it. You guys thought we did all the mini games? We missed one. We've missed a mini game and potentially a fabric as well. I didn't look up the rewards for this or anything, but we did it. I know for a fact I did at least miss one mini game, so we're gonna go clean that up now. And probably also, you know, get a nice two-hander ready for this. So down here, under the bridge, you do have to get quite close. The Ultra Ball Hall check-in. Yep, last mini game that we will ever have to play. Hey there, kid. Hard not to sleep in on a nice morning like this. That must mean you got a hankered for Ultra Ball Hall, am I right? What's with the blank stare? You never heard of the super popular habit-forming Ultra Ball Hall? I guess that figures since I'm the only one who's ever played it. Thought it up all on my lonesome. The rules are simple. Carry the ball as far as you can before time runs out. It's up to you how you carry it. Put it on a cart, lug it in your arms, whatever works. Careful though, lose that ball and you lose the game. But the farther you take it, the better your reward. So make sure you hustle. So how about it? You want to give the old Ultra Ball Hall a shot? That's the way it'll cost you 20 rupees, okay? All right, I'll get the ball, so just give me a holler when you're ready. Well, come on in, Mr. Shadyo. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're playing the last mini game that we needed to find in Tears of the Kingdom, and that is Ultra Ball Hall. We're about to take this for a nice real ride. Now, is the goal to stay on the platform, or maybe? Mr. Shadyo is doing good. Bit tired. Sleep schedule's a mess lately. Oh, don't I know it. You're trying, not trying enough, though. To fix it, fair. Yeah, I'm in the same boat because I've had to do all this farming for monster parts. I also need 3 more Gliok guts, and thankfully, when I go to farm today, I should have all the Gleoks I need to get this. But farming these guts and other things, like lots of them, has profoundly messed up my sleep schedule. Yeah, it's kind of stinky. I hate it. So I'm hoping after all these parts are done that, I can put it behind me and, sleep normally for a change. Mr. Shadyo says you have a hard time sleeping usually. You put the blame on the potential ADHD. Understandable. Usually, for me, I know my sibling has insomnia or deals with insomnia, so I know what it's like to observe that in a person, and it's not great in the long term. They might look put together, but you ask them how they're really doing, and they will often tell you, tired. Mr. Tension says you're tired too, Mr. Coin. You just beat 3 Zelda games back to back. Ah! Person of culture, I see. You feel me, brother? Yeah. Yeah, it's just doing a lot of work. And if I weren't 100%ing this game, my sleep would be fine, but I'm not just playing this game. I am wanting to complete it. Show that I've completed it, and that I've completed it, and that means, that means putting in more effort than anything. I'm just gonna put this on top. Put that there like so. Now, I don't know if I do see steering sticks, so I think I can take this with us. I think I could, take it for an actual, ride. So, we're gonna do this. We're gonna make, essentially an airplane with, a cart. Mr. Shadyo says, yeah, sometimes when you're really tired and you can go to sleep, but when your head is on your pillow, your brain is like, we have energy, let's do something. Yeah. Understandable. I occasionally get that way. I don't get that way often, but sometimes, especially if I try to go to sleep, earlier than I normally would to, reset things. Yeah, I'm just not tired yet, so I get it. That feeling that when you're trying to reset your schedule really sucks. Mr. Shadyo says, why did the JMP counter reset, Mr. Coin? It resets every week. I structure it that way so that we, it's kind of like a running tally. We have a running tally of how many jokes happen during a week. It's not really supposed to be a record that we shoot to break or anything. It's just if we happen to tell a lot of jokes, I think it would be an interesting stat. Or make a lot of puns here. I think it would be an interesting stat to, discuss. But it is not, I don't want it to be like a long-lasting record we break all the time. So it resets. And I've settled on resetting it each week. There was a bit of a poll on that, and I got some opinions together, and that was pretty much the net average, was resetting it every week, each week. So I reset it at noon Eastern Standard Time or 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time every Saturday. I think that's fair, and it gives me time to log the number, among other things. Mr. Attention says, Mr. Coit, some of the enemies in Tears of the Kingdom are in the older Zelda games. Yeah, that's super cool. You didn't know that? Yeah, Lionels are one of those. Yeah, Gleoks are another one. Yeah, they reuse a lot of old enemies, which is really cool. Mr. Shadio says, sometimes you sleep like 4 hours and still at night you're full of energy and you can't sleep, but during the day you're a zombie. Well, some of that might be just your schedule. Maybe you're a night person. Your circadian rhythm has gotten like totally off whack. Some other part of it might be actual insomnia, and the only way to know if it's insomnia is to, well, go to a doctor and, get some tests done to see if you have it. And some part of it might also be like the ADHD. If that isn't consistently medicated all the time, you might get manic episodes that totally, like, work to keep you active. Mr. Shadio says, especially when you're with your girlfriend, you're really tired, but you're really tired when you start spending time with her. But at 4 a.m., she's like, okay, it's late, we should go to sleep. And I'm like, what do you mean? Let's stay more. Fair. If there's like any kind of cohabitation later, like if this relationship does advance to the point of cohabitation, that will be a discussion you and your GF will have to have then. Because there are a few things that drive couples apart more than sleep, money, and shelter. Honestly, Mr. Shadu says, yeah, it's more about the circadian rhythm for you, at least, because when you get insomnia, you usually know that happens when you're really stressed. Yeah, you typically have to take meds for that type of thing. So, and regulate your stress. So, it's one of those things you don't really quite enjoy learning about yourself. Not really. Not in total. That is not even stapled the right way. Let's fix that. No, now it's a little bit too on the edge. It's like here. Like that. Then we just staple a steering stick to the very... And actually, we probably need to, like... I have to be careful because of how this is weight rated. Like this. And then get ready to control, and this puts the weight in the center. Mr. Shadyo says, also she's a night person, but she never has trouble sleeping. Fair. You seriously envy her. She can fall asleep even when we watch a TV series or even when we play. At some point, we played something and she started moving weird in the game and she told me she almost fell asleep. Like, how do you fall asleep playing something? Do you think she has... I wonder if there may be a narcoleptic tendency somewhere? Like, being a late night owl doesn't mean anything by default, but she's sleeping while she's doing something. That could be narcolepsy. I don't take my word for it. Like, she should go get herself tested for that. But narcolepsy is like a real thing. It is also possible that she just finds that type of stuff boring, or that isn't what keeps her energized or anything. I'm not 100% sure. These are just things that I would think about because these are things I've seen in other people. Mr. Shadya says makes sense, but it only happened once when she felt really tired. Probably not narcolepsy then. Probably some other stuff. We can at least check this off. Okay, so let's push this up to the line, and then let's get started. Let me also make sure I've not missed anything over on the Red app. I have not. But if it does turn out to be something more, or like narcolepsy is something that is in her cards in the future, I would find that combination, fascinating. one person who has a difficulty sleeping, and another person who perhaps has a difficulty, not falling asleep. That contrast would certainly be interesting to talk about, but I hope it's not. I hope it's not, that. For everyone's sake. Well, come on in, Mr. Fent. What are we sure coining about? But good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are playing the last mini game of Tears of the Kingdom that we have interfaced with, and that is the Ultra Ball Hall. Mr. Gordugoku says, sorry, doing Addison signs hoping for more percentages or finding something I've missed. Mr. Gordugoku, would you like me to tell you something that may be beneficial? Or would you prefer to work through and find out on your own? Mr. Gordugoku says, yes, please. So, what do you mean taking the... Hey, kid, it's against the rules to move that ball that far away before you say go back to your start. Okay. Mr. Gordugoku, doing the Addison signs will only net you the fabric. It will only net you the paraglider fabric. Doing them directly will not result in any completion percentages on the map. Not directly. So if you're doing the Addison signs for the sake of map completion, let me save you some agony, and, not, spare yourself from that. If you're trying to complete the game, if you're trying to complete the map, you will have better luck by finding the spots you've missed. Mr. Addison won't take you anywhere that is too incredibly off the map, to my knowledge. Mr. Gordugoku says you don't think it's 100%, but you don't know. Yeah, he is not required for map completion. He's just... It helps. Mr. Gordugoku says, well, facepalm, you might as well finish. You do get a paraglider fabric at the end, so it's not a complete waste. It's just, he won't directly help you for map completion. Now, if you discover something by talking to Mr. Addison, then he helped. But, he does not go toward map completion directly, no. He does not move you that 0.04% closer to completion. Mr. Fent says you got banned by a furry. Well, what did you do? Sorry that happened, but, what did you do? People don't usually just get banned for no reason. They got banned for some reason. Mr. Shadio says, Coin's a cheater. Yes, very, very clearly. Oh, right. I need to, move this away from the goal line. I wonder if I needed to talk to him first. Or is this the part where we're going to find out that we are, in fact, not allowed to actually move the golf ball ourselves? We have to, do something else. Mr. Gordugoku says you understand just running out of places, of thoughts of places to go. Hey, kid, are you ready? What are the rules? Remind me. You want to hear the rules again? That's why I like it, kid. Brawn and brains. The rules are simple. Carry the ball as far as you can before the time runs out. How you carry it is up to you. Put it on a cart, etc., etc. Be careful, though. Lose that ball and you lose the game. The farther you take it, the better your reward, so make sure you hustle. Just give me a sec. Take your time. The readier you get, the better you'll do. Speaking of better will do, I'm gonna add some extra fans, and a couple of rockets. That will help us out a lot. Which is right here. Mr. Fent says you got banned by a furry. Why are you a farmer? I don't know why you're a farmer. I could not tell you that. But again, that, you know, I could only, you know, enlighten you on the matter if you actually talk to me about it. Otherwise, not much to say, unfortunately. We're gonna take out Al, 1 rocket and 1 fan. I want to make sure that we've got plenty of propulsion. Mr. Shadow says, Mr. Coin wants to take that ball to the moon. Yeah. Too true. Too true. We do want to take that ball to the moon and back. I'm sorry. Mr. Gordokoku says, yes, talk to him first. Very well. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you got stuck in the game. You couldn't teleport, so you had to die on purpose just to get unstuck. Yes. A Link to the Past. Or Link's Awakening. These old games do have a lot of, like, soft lock, or, like, potential soft locks or perma-stucks. And your only solution, of course, is to, like, actually just restart. It's kind of stinky. Mr. Jason says, you're back, Mr. Coin. Welcome back. You just went out shopping? Oh, nice. Hopefully the shopping went smoothly. I won't ask for, you know, I'm not going to ask for details because that's not really my business. But, I mean, hey, I do hope it went smooth for you. And you got what you wanted or needed. Mr. Fent says you were banished for being a farmer. How did you get banished, Fent? How were you banned? What were you banned for doing? That's what I'm curious about. Mr. Tetchin says, true, Mr. Coin. Now you know. That is true. Now you know. And, you could be a little bit better prepared for old games. Another thing you might have to be aware... Mr. Fent says, being a farmer? What kind of farmer? Did the person who, quote-unquote, banished you explain what you were farming for? Attention? Clout? What precisely? Now we're rolling. Okay, get to your mark. Carry that ball like it's never been carried before. Cows and hoes? Like a real cows and horses. That's a weird ban. Cows and horses, huh? Well, I'm sorry you got banned for that. That doesn't seem like something that... that doesn't seem like something that you should get banned for. Mr. Jason says, I guess that person was offended. See what you kinda did there? But too true. Alright, it's rocket time. Alrighty. And with 5 fans, we should be able to move an incredible amount of distance. Mr. Jason says that joke was a bit of a stretch, you must admit. Too true. Yeah, this is like especially back-weighted. I wonder if there's like a... Time's up. You took that ball a grand total of 415.8 miles away. Meters away, excuse me. Amazing. You got that ball far. I knew you were special, kid. That was a ball haul for the ages. Now here, this is for you. Money that I don't need anymore. Yes, we have 106,066 rupees. Because of the extra farming I had to do, I farmed so many Lizalfos talons not directly, of course, but just by virtue of killing Lizalfos over and over again for tails, I had to get so many of these talons that I had to sell them off just to carry more of them. It's nuts. You're pretty good, kid. So good, I'll let you try the extended course where you've got twice as much time to play. Give it a try sometime. I want to see what you could really do. No thanks. If you want to play again, give me a shout. I want to try to, like, make this better if I can. I wonder if I can do that by, you know, putting the rockets a bit further forward. Or, like, putting some rockets or fans on the sides or wherever. Mr. Shadio says, why did Mr. Koi need so many tails? The tails are part of the armor upgrades. I'll show you. Let me find them. Hang on. Right here. Okay. So, in this game, you have these 3 elemental tails here. And you require 54 of the ice and electric tails and 48 fire tails. Each of these tails, and I apologize for the length of time that took, each of these tails has a 25% chance to drop from the Lizalfos that you kill. The electric ones you can find in 2 places. Here in the desert, generally along this mountain range, or I'm sorry, a little bit along this mountain range, and mostly out here in the desert. And in the jungles of Farron and along the beaches. There are a limited number of these. You can go to the depths to find some more, but those are kind of like gloom infested, or you're wanting to farm for different things. I kept my runs of, you know, these Lizalfos to the surface to farm a lot of other materials on top of that. The ice ones you will find here in the highlands. You can find some here in the highlands or in the Gerudo Canyon mountains. And in those mountains, they swap between the ice ones and the fire ones. Finally, some of them also spawn in and around the Hebra Mountains, the Lanayru mountain range as well. Finally, you have the fire-breathing ones. And the fire breathers also are in the Gerudo Canyon Mountains. And in the Death Mountain Caves. And those are the 2 spots where those spawn. 25% chance. And yes, even on a reload, because I did see some comments earlier talking about you need to reload the game in order to get them to drop faster. No, that doesn't work. I've tried. You have to deal with the drop chance. It took me so many rounds that I managed to farm so many other excess quantities of ingredients. It's not funny. To go back and actually read comments, or to read the comments, because I did miss some in the explanation. Mr. Shadio says, what's up with the ghosts? Ghosts? Not sure what you're talking about with ghosts. Mr. Shadio says, makes sense like an MMORPG. Did you play MMORPGs as, or Mr. Coin? Yes. World of Warcraft was the MMORPG of choice I played growing up. It is what, my folks maintained a subscription for, and what I maintained a subscription for up until I was 23. And then I stopped doing that. Mr. Fent says, Mr. Case is a long time gone. I do not know who Mr. Case is, but I will take your word for it. Mr. Shadio says limited numbers, interesting, so the mobs don't respawn. They do. They do respawn every blood moon, or that is what the mechanic that respawns most of these enemies. However, unless you know how to force the blood moon, you have to spend 116 hours of continuous playtime without pausing the game.
That off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you, available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section, or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Yeah, thank you for the demonstration of the emojis, Mr. Shiny. Yes, you can get all of those and a few more if you subscribe to my Twitch channel. I'm very appreciative if you do that. I realize these emotes don't necessarily look the best, but they are mine. We have a lot of chat messages to catch up on, so I'm going to take the opportunity to do that. But first, I will at least say that we do have a commercial break coming up in about 3 minutes. So I highly encourage everyone, to like take a break and grab a stretch and all that. There will be a timer up above my head. When that commercial break starts and when it's over, I'll be back at my desk and we can return to what we were doing. Spend your time however you want, but I do highly recommend you take a break. It'll just make it pass faster for you, if to say nothing else. And with that, I'm going to try to catch up before we run out of time here. But yes, mobs do respawn, but you have to spend 116 hours of playtime. Not real-time hours, but playtime. And in this game, your 1 hour is equivalent to 1 minute of real-world time. So there's like a time dilation effect going on. It takes more time passes in the game than it does here in real life. But you do have to spend like 4 or 5 hours to like let it pass normally. Or as Mr. Shiny is saying, yes. If you notice, there's like a marker here, like a travel medallion. I'll show you guys. But you can also force the game to go into a blood moon. Yeah, Mr. Shadio, that is correct. You can manipulate the moon. I'll show you. I usually shoot a few times, at least to confirm that it does work. But before we do that, welcome on in, Miss Carly. I apologize for taking as long as I did to react to your message. It's good to see you. my lovely senator. I do hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope your day is running smoothly. I had a lot of stuff to talk about, and by the time I even got halfway through toward your message, I had we had the commercial break warning to talk about. But you've come in at a good time. We're just about to do other stuff. I'm just about to demonstrate how to break the game a little bit. Mr. Shiny says, so you had some cake as the last meal of the day? Sounds delicious. Decided to make your meal a bit more sweet, so you added some chocolate. Then you reflected and added a mandarin. You have a tiny bit of healthy, followed by an ungodly amount of whipped cream because you realize you don't care. Delicious. That sounds fantastic. I would love to have some. Gosh darn it. I'll have to talk after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully, we all got something out of our commercial break, even if it was just waiting for it to end, of course. I'm going to continue to catch up on chat, and then we're hopefully going to be done enough to, meander around and talk. Let me catch up with the red app because there are less messages there. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, in Tears of the Kingdom, you have to restart the software so the tails respawn faster. You had to look it up. You were stuck and had to find the ostriches. Ah, yeah, the Elden ostrich. I did have to take I'm pretty sure I took a picture of those. Let's see if I'm Correct. Yeah, that is one of the missing ones. Missing paraglider fabrics. So I will, I went and took a picture of that. Welcome on in, Shop Korok. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We are just about to clean up the remaining locations, but first we are playing the Ultra Ball Hall check-in minigame, and that's okay. It's some fun. It's certainly some amount of fun anyway. But yeah, good to see you. Let me make sure I've not now moving over to the purple app. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, for one of our verified streamer clients, someone in their chat was being pushy, rude, and very clearly making the streamer uncomfortable. Since the streamer was understandably hesitant of adding mods, but understands your perspective of helping, so they added you. You wanted to ban the abrasive viewer, but you didn't want to take a bad action as the streamer was. You could appreciate hesitant of adding you, but you did. So you DM the other moderator on Discord to let them know you wanted to ban the abrasive streamer, but wanted to wait for the streamer's decision, and you will let the streamer know later. Makes sense. I answered the real-time hours inquiry. Yeah, I'm glad you think they're cool, Mr. Shiny. I really appreciate it. Mr. Shiny says there are 5 opals and 1 durability of your 5-shot burst bow. Or an opal, excuse me. Mr. Shadio says, "Oh, makes sense. And are there ways to manipulate the moon to become red faster?" Yes. Yes, there are. Thank you for shouting out Miss Carly. Miss Carly says, "That's okay, Mr. Coin. You're in the middle of cooking dinner. So if you go MIA, that's why. No worries. Take your time. And I hope cooking dinner goes smoothly for you." Mr. Shadio says, "Also, when you asked about the ghosts, you meant the characters that spawned near me. It seemed like they followed you after you respawned at the start of the ball minigame." That would be our vows. The vows of the sages. When you play the game, you have 5 quote-unquote champions or exceptional people of various races we need to go find, or a long dead person in this case. Go and do the main story or a big portion of the story involving them, and they awaken as a sage, and they give us their solemn vow, which takes the form of these key items that we can turn on or turn off to summon an avatar copy of them. And it lets us access the powers that we had access to when we actually played along with them in the main game. So the avatar copies are what you were seeing earlier. Moving over to Red App real quick. You 100% at the Age of Calamity and completed the DLC 100% with the Korok glider. Nice. Nice. Mr. Shiny says, also the moon manipulation. We need to explain how we break the game to farm resources faster. We're going to demonstrate it soon. Make sure to aim at breakable rocks, though. And what's going to happen is we're going to overload the memory of the game with a lot of particles, causing the game to trigger a panic blood moon. Yes. Yes, that is exactly correct. So I have a few 5-shot bows for such a purpose. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to save my game. Now, my technique is a little bit different than Mr. Shiny's. But it works about the same. And it really doesn't matter how many opals you spend because you're going to reload the game in the first place. So what I like to do is go find a place with sediments. It could be any sediment, but you want to find some sediment that respawns. I did test it on this specific clump of sediment in the cave, in the Tanagar Cave, West Cave. this one works, but there are a number of different sediment piles that constantly, respawn back when you change cells. Just find one of those and then do what I just did. Take a 5-shot bow, attach an opal to your arrowheads, and fire into it a few times. And if you've reloaded the save correctly, panic blood moon. Whoops, did not mean to do that. But we now have a picture of the blood moon for all to see. But if you do it right, and the little visual trigger I use is that Link will get hurt by the water spatter. You'll pause your game, and then you'll reload the save you've made so that you have your panic blood moon, but you don't spend the opals. It's a really nice technique. And now, all the enemies we killed are right back, where we found them. All the Lizalfos that I killed during this run through, all the Gleoks that I killed during our particular session, or the last play session, they're back now. Thank you, Mr. Shiny. I practiced until I got it correct. Because I really needed those Lizalfos tails. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Mr. Shop Korok says, or I'm sorry, Mr. Tension says, nice shop. Oh, that is directed at Mr. Shop Korok. Mr. Shop Korok says, thanks, and the pristine weapons respawn? Yes. That is another thing I'm going to have to, use this particular trick on, is the pristine weapons. Because they are 9 gnarly little son of a guns. Most of them are right here. There is one that is over here. These 9 marks that I've put on my map are where the Royal Guard Claymore, spawns in. And this is what I've used for two-handed weapons, but you could use any mark you like. Yeah, all of the Royal Guard Claymores have a 20% chance to drop or be spawned from any one of these statues. That's a 1 in 5 chance spread across 9 different entities. So, 1.5 times 1.5, 9, 9 times. It's just not very good odds we're going to get these. So I'm going to have to use this technique over and over and over again to go get this pristine weapon. Yay. Mr. Shiny says you use a similar technique in order to farm pristine weapons in the depths. Yep. But that is not what we are here to do. Right this second, what I want to do is go back to that mini game and do the expert course. Mr. Shop Quark says BRB in 20 minutes. Very well. Mr. Shadyo says this game sounds fun to speedrun 100% of. The record is 1 day, 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 36 seconds. Yes. Fun in air quotes. So many tedious little tasks that one has to do in order to truly complete the game. That's the paraglider fabrics, all the side quests, shrines, all the monster medals, all of completing your house, just a lot more. Mr. Shiny says 100% is way more fun in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I kind of agree. It is a less back-breaking set of requirements. Holy moly, kid, if you got to the bottom of this value, you must have legs of iron and guts of steel. Want to give Ultra Hall Ball another go? Sure, the extended course. That's the way. It'll cost you 20 rupees, though. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, Queen Bumblebub's Discord is coming along well, good sir. But then Mr. Jason is the Royal Hive Architect. So Mr. Jason had a feeling it would. Nice. Nice. I'm hoping you've also taken some of the tricks that we've talked about for like the TCC and you know, have applied some of them if they're useful to, you know, the Queen, that is, to that server as well. Or whatever you've seen in my own server too, such as the forum channels. Let me make sure. Yeah, just going back to what I was saying about, you know, speed running or having to do this game, like having to 100% this game, is there are parts of it that I like the side quests or the shrines or other things. And then there are parts my body does not like when I say that, apparently. And there are parts like the Koroks or some of the things you need to do for paraglider fabric that I don't like. Which I've had games where I've completed them and I felt the same way, but having a log of it for the cameras, I guess, is just a whole different ball game. Especially when some things are just outright annoying, is just mind-boggling. Mr. Jason says, "Indeed, good sir. I'm glad to hear it." Mr. Jason, or Mr. Shadio goes on to say, "You like when games give you small hints where you can find a collectible, for example?" Oh, God, yes. This game, the Koroks are the worst. Even with the mask. Even with the mask that you could get to help you, it, like, jiggles when you get closer to it. And, like, makes noises when you get closer. I've tested it. You could go a long time without that mask, you know, lighting up. It's not really reliable. You don't like running blind after it. You also like a counter for these collectibles and the places where you've already been to be marked. Yeah, like, the Koroks solve about half of that, where, like, it's marked on your map when you find them. But let's say you have to drop what you're doing and you have to, you know, reload your game. Well, sometimes if you're not careful with where you reload your game, you can load an autosave, and the autosave won't necessarily place you where you were. You know, it'll place you where it took the autosave at. And you might discover that you're 15 feet from the Korok that you were trying to find. Yeah, that's not very fun. That is not very fun. They'll mark it for you after it's done. They will not mark it for you after you've found it. You still have to remember first. Mr. Shadio says, "Well, the any percent world record is just 38 minutes and 19 seconds. Yep. Go through the tutorial, gather a few things that you need for the end, then do the end. It's a lot of fighting, but if you're speed running, you're likely already used to doing all that fighting anyway, so it's less of a problem." Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, there's this one other amazing streamer named Celine, and you've been with her since she's had less than 50 followers. Celine's Discord is based on a moon kingdom, and Mr. Jason is her honored chancellor, and now you're the honored royal hive architect, the Queen Bumblebubs. Nice." They're like titles that you can collect. Just a little bit. Mr. Shiny says, "Yahaha, you found me. Now find gazillions of my friend, you know, bitch. Find them now, bitch." And to them I will say,
"Sure, Jan."
And
oh, give it a rest.
That's what I have to say to those Koroks. Jason says, too true, Mr. Shiny. Too true indeed is correct. Mr. Shiny says,
You worthless piece of trash.
Mr. Shiny would say that redemption there. Thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Shiny, you said the B word. That's one way to summon Aelin. It's not an invocation to summon Aelin. It's been spoken before and nothing has happened. Mr. Aelin is probably off doing, like, music recital things. Or, you know, is spending time with their girlfriend, which is what tends to happen a lot of times when you get a girlfriend as a man. You tend to start... It's not natural. Like, there are some men that don't do this, but there are a lot of men that do start spending less time with their friends because they're spending so much with their girlfriend. It's a biological thing that tends to happen. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. Aelin comes in whenever Aelin wants. Aelin toots whenever he pleases, I guess is how the meme would go, right? Too true. It's time to make a ball move. Miss Carly says, you mean Harry? Would that be the significant other? Just so I know who I'm, like, referring to there. Moved in with you after literally 2 weeks. Nice. I mean, cohabitation is good. You want to cohabitate a lot in order to, you know, figure out if you fit for your partner and stuff. 2 weeks is a bit fast, in my opinion, but it's not about me. It's whatever works for you and your fiance. Nice. Nice. Here's to hoping that you and your fiance have a wonderful relationship and it continues well and onward into the, you know, in the years to come. I hope it stays that way, for the record. Mr. Shiny says, you can tell he was in quite a hurry to live... Oh, in quite a hurry? That's a forced laugh for sure. Mr. Jason says, oh, that reminds me, Mr. Coin. You had a laugh with Miss Carly's fiance. You said Harrison, and he said... What? He said, do not use my legal name, and now we've made it a meme on the channel. Nice. Miss Carly says, we did know each other, and COVID hit at the same time as we got together. Ah, fair enough. Miss Carly then goes on to say, we knew each other for years before he moved in. Understandable. Okay, so it's not like a... It's not like a, hi, yes, you started dating and then you started cohabitating soon after. No, there's history there. Understandable. That's all. I was just a little bit alarmed to read that at first, but I should have been thinking about possible prior history. That's a bad on my part. Mr. Shiny says, a bit of a stretch, but to my defense, you haven't had your tea yet. Fair enough. Also, Mr. Coin, he also streams? Nice. Miss Carly says, DW, you didn't find a rando on Tinder and let him move in with you. Fair. Yeah. Yes, I am glad you did not do that, for the record. Let's actually move a ball across, a distance, shall we? I'm sure we are not at all tired of, staring at Modar over here. Welcome on in, Harry Nitro. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I'm gonna go out on a limb and ask, are you the lovely fiance that Miss Carly has been talking about? I sort of get that feeling, but I would rather ask than assume. Mr. Jason says, this is the Harry, Mr. Coin. Understood. So I believe I am correct. Mr. Shiny apparently wants the no longer forbidden number. but we know the previously forbidden number, and at least it's not the new forbidden number. Let's see. Harry Nitro says, "Let's get." Oh, that's in reference to the like moving comment. Okay. Mr. Harry says, "Yes, you are Carly's cohabitator." Fair enough. Fair enough. Miss Carly says, "Yes, this is in fact your fiance." Well, it is not. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Harry. I do hope you enjoy your stay here. You've come at a good time. We've been staring at a Goron for 15 minutes. Well, if you like RPGs or action-adventure games like this, and you enjoy good company, including many spinsters and comedians, you will enjoy your stay here, Mr. Harry. For a bit of context about myself, I am an action, adventure, and RPG enthusiast. I'm Mr. Coin. I've been streaming for about 7, 8 years, something like that. And I have only had the pleasure of getting greeted and acquainted with your fiance for a bit over a month or a month and a half now. She has been awesome to work with, for the record. Mr. Shiny says the new forbidden number is just 2 less. Yes, and it will not be referred to by name. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, as you said, they stream. If only there was an organization that deals with assisting newer, smaller streamers." Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Mr. Harry is probably somewhat familiar with that organization, seeing as how he has a fiance who is, well, involved with it. And I will not be, I will not say too much about it other than, yes, we do have an organization that is starting to work toward that goal. Yes. Mr. Harry says, "Oh my god, Coin, you must thank me. It's nice to be called Harry and not the formal name." Do people, call you by your formal name to poke fun at you? That's what the comments are suggesting, but I do want to, ask that as just like a follow-up question. Mr. Shiny says, "As Mr. Coin's name suggests, he gives us spinsters a lot of credit." Too true. Mr. Fent says a Trekker Case fan is a long time gone. Why do you keep adding a person that's not here, Mr. Fent? Mr. Jason says, "Indeed, Mr. Coin, Harry has connections in high places, good sir." That he does, at least insofar as the TCC is concerned. That is correct. All right. Time to lock in. Time to stop staring at a Goron grinning for 20 minutes. Let's build a cart, or let's build a plane and get this show on the roads. Shall we? There's 2. So today's goal, I'll just reiterate it since we're about midway through the stream. Our goal today is going to be to get through. The wing. That's right, the wing. All right, and then we have 3 fans we need to build. That's fine. Our goal today is to, once we're done with this mini game, finish discovering these locations and start working on our chests. We have a ton of chests I want to find before we go tackle the big bad. That is our goal. Go tackle big bad. And just... Yes, I know. I want to, turn around. I know. Yes, I made an error of doing it again. And now I have to whip out 2 rockets. Yay. Great. I forget I have to talk to him. In fact, I'm going to whip out 4. Okay, let's turn this over. I'm going to workshop this rocket accordingly, or workshop this flight craft accordingly. Where did I attach that? To the end of the fan? Okay, that's fine. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Coin, since Harry is a valued client to a certain degree under certain contexts, that means that Miss Carly indirectly serves him, as do I and other staff. Of course, absolutely. And I do hope to serve him well, with what we intend to have lined up as, you know, the necessary reforms for the TCC to do just that. Mr. Shiny says, so many fans sounds like career goals. Too true. Though there are limits to a client's power. Yeah, that is true, but that probably went kind of without saying. The positions of the role itself should make that clear. We're gonna do it like this. That ought to be enough. And then we just staple this ball to the back. You all ready? Yep, sure am. Mr. Jason says if a client wants more power, they are welcome to become a shareholder, eh, Mr. Coin? Perhaps, although that requires money. If I'm remembering my roles correctly, I'm pretty sure shareholders like what? Discord Nitro, right? At least for that kind of power. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. Shareholder is our server booster. Understood. So I had it right. I'm glad I've internalized that. Oh, hold on, what's going on? You're very welcome. I'm glad to have fed egos in this house. Yes, I am all ready to go. I will not forget this time that we need to talk to the blasted Goron before we, you know, depart the pearly gates. Because the timer has to start. There we go. Now we just have to steer this lovely thing. Miss Carly says you're not going to hear the end of that now. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. Don't worry. I'm sure it'll be playful fun and not anything super serious. Mr. Jason says, so if Mr. Harry wants to tell the president what to do, Mr. Harry has to become a shareholder. I suppose. Although, I should say that only works inside of the TCC. That says nothing about, like, any relationships they may have. And yes. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, time to make your beverage, since you spent quite a bit of money on the leaves. Oh, what type of... I think you told me what tea you got last time, but remind me, if you would, please. What tea did you get, Mr. Shiny? You need to make sure make sure to follow your recipe to a T. Carly says, why are my best friend and fiance teaming up on me? Oh, don't worry. Yes, let's not overfeed egos, please. Ego massages are good. I mean, I like having an ego massage, but you massage them too much, and you're not going to like what happens next, is what I have to say about that. Mr. Shiny says, black tea with strawberry, orange zest, and corn flour. Yum. Okay, this was the one I was thinking of. I just couldn't remember. That said, since you were saying, make sure I've not missed it. If you're going to be stepping away to make your beverage, good sir, I do hope that goes smoothly for you. It was good to see you, Mr. Shiny. You know, I do hope that I get to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't get to see you for whatever reason, you know, let's say tea happens and you get done and it's time to go to your friend's stream or something, then do stay safe, rest well, and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin, but we do have to maintain transparency. Clients must be informed of their limits. Ideally in writing. There's something about informing someone of where their boundaries are in writing that makes it feel less, how do I word this? A bit less, I don't want to say snooty. It's like it's more like it's putting on airs that it doesn't need to put on. Or it's better to show a boundary than say a boundary. But you're right. There's nothing wrong with stating a boundary as long as you don't continually reassert that boundary at the ends of every conversation. Mr. Jason says, but of course, as you said, that power costs money. It does. Hold on. I just did my mind is definitely not in the right spot. You took that ball a grand total of 813.6 meters away. I can't believe what I just saw. You carried that orb clean into next week. You're well on your way to being the best ball hauler of all. That was a ball haul for the ages. Now here, this is for you. Want to give it another go? No, thank you. If you want to play again, give me a shout. Why do I feel like I didn't do that? Like I didn't get the highest reward out of that. Do you get can you get 300? Let's look it up. I need to know if the ultimate ball haul has a reward of 100 or 300 rupees. Mr. Shadyer says you really love the fact that you can see past the dialogue line. Yeah, having a dialogue, like a log of the dialogue is good. I like having that. That is a really nice quality of life feature that should not go unspoken of in the video essay. Mr. Shiny says Mr. Coin has a lot of experience handling balls. Too true. Bombs, time bombs. All kinds. I have zero qualms about handling them too. That said, unfortunately my Google searches have been contaminated with Marcia Brady. I'm trying to find Marcia Brady quotes to use. Let's see, it is Ultra Ball Hall. No, I don't want that. Okay, good. Let's see what the article has to say. Why is it like scrunched out? That's weird. Why is the ratio on this weird? Okay. Yep, we've gotten a large. Oh, wait, no. Nope. 850 meters is what gets a gold rupee. If we have time for this, I will come back for it later. But for right now, I would at least like to move on to some other spots. Some other spots that we need to discover. Like, I want to be here on business. But I will find a way to come back for it. I don't know what that looks like yet. Like what crossing 850 like does. Or not does. I know what it does. I don't know what that looks like on a machine though. Maybe it's like a bunch of fans attached to something. Not 100% sure. So, one spot we definitely never needed to visit for any reason, for any quest or anything like that, is this location over here. And it is the water reservoir. Makes sense because this is something that was never here in Breath of the Wild. Like at all. So, it kind of makes sense that I would never even think to look here. Although maybe, you know, I should have honed my natural curiosity to look. That's kind of what I pare down this, like, lack of finding the reservoir is just, you know, we had a lot of places to go and a lot of things to do back then. This is a location we could have found pretty early on, too. Okay, got that one. Now we're gonna do this one. Yeah, we never needed to go to either of these spots. In fact, all 9 of these locations, you really just did not have to go check them out. Mr. Jason says, in a way, good sir, becoming a shareholder is our version of hashtag pay to win to have direct access to the board. Oh, well, I mean, that's not unlike what I have on my own server, although I don't do it that same way. Instead of server booster, because I don't really care about that, you know, if people put in a subscription, they have unfettered access to me. Like a lot of unfettered access. Mr. Shadnia says, do you think that exclusive Switch games will ever be officially ported to PC, Mr. Coin? Personally, you don't think so? Outside of, like, the usual routes of emulation or, like, game ripping cartridge data or, like, virtual game data, like hacking your Switch, basically, to do that. Maybe if Nintendo lost a lot of sales, such that they felt they needed to drop their exclusivity agreements, or like lose out on things that make them exclusive, then yes, that is certainly possible. But if we're in that world, Nintendo could also easily be in the world of, you know, hey, we can't keep the business solvent, so we're going to shut down, as opposed to make our products more available for people to play. It's kind of gnarly to think about. There's that location. Let me go ahead and mark these off on my handy-dandy checklist. I got the water reservoir and the watchtower. The little twin bridge is next. That's over here. I don't think so either, Mr. Shadio, but I do want to hold out some possibility that maybe, you know, Nintendo might need to make more money somewhere. And how do you make more money? By making your exclusives not exclusive anymore. That would be a way to, like, do it. It also opens themselves to a lot more criticism, though, because now Nintendo has to, like, consider different specs, and I think they're at their best when they are under some kind of constraint or limitation. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. With the TCC, it just makes logical sense to have the roles shareholder. Of course, I'm only pointing out that I have an analog of that philosophy on my own Discord. It just manifests itself in the form of, you know, how people get access. That's all. I have not yet considered the possibility someone might boost the Discord server, and I don't know what that would look like if they did. I would personally rather not, although I have set up the server to accept those things. I have the skeleton of what that would look like if they did do that in place. But I honestly don't have any Discord, like, themed exclusives I could ever give someone if they did that. I couldn't even begin to tell you what I would do with that. Mr. Shadnia says you really like the PlayStation exclusives that are now on PC. I do too. God of War and Spider-Man. Spider-Man are one of the best games. Are some of the best games out there, and you're having a blast on them. Nice. Mr. Shadnia says God of War may make you cry at some point. The story is beautiful. I watched someone play through Ragnarok. Yeah, they did just that. They cried. It was a good time. Yeah, the newer God of War games, you know, past the Ghosts of Sparta or whatever, or basically, like, the God of War with the Norse gods in it is like the reboot 3.0, more or less. It's not exactly a reboot, but it is considered like another bigger reboot of the franchise. Yeah, they did good. I think his name is Christopher Judges. Let me look that up. I don't want to rattle names off the hook. It's the current VA for Kratos in God of War. I think his name is Christopher Judges, but I could be wrong. Christopher Judge. That's it. That's his name. Yep. Christopher Judge. I was so close. Yeah. You might know him from Stargate way back when. Yeah. That hunky looking guy. He's got really, really impeccable voice work. I quite like him. Mr. Jason says, although thankfully, Mr. Coin, the shareholder role is also beholden to the executive chair, as in, if they overuse their power, you could consider relieving that role. So for Carly, that balances things out. Of course. Of course. Mr. Shagno says you're still at the first game. Probably you'll buy the new game when you have a PC, because you're not sure that your Haster inside the laptop will be able to handle it. Fair enough. Hey, buy the games on your own power whenever you can. Anything that you could have purchased physical medium of, you should do so. Hamster. You're not sure that your hamster will be able to handle that. Fair enough. Yeah, when you got a non-hamster computer. Makes sense. So we're passing over the big twin bridge. This is the little twin bridge right here. Mr. Jason says, but in essence, shareholder is a temporary director role. I like to think of it as less... I guess it is temporary in the sense that people pay for it. But I like to think of that more as less temporary and more for opt-in. They are opting in to be a director for specific things. And then after that... Dang it. Coin likes to think of it less as temporary and more as opt-in. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny of Hyrule Nest. Much appreciated. Coin is going to be working very hard to not say the forbidden letter in any caliber, way, shape, or kind. Mr. Shadyo says, fun fact, your girlfriend is the tech guy in your relationship. Nice. She helped you upgrade the old laptop, and now it's working again, and pretty fast, too. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Sinful Seraph says, you just got some new RAM yourself. Being really careful not to read the forbidden letter before the prices got crazy. Yeah, $5,000 RAM is not great. Thank you, NVIDIA. Mr. Jason says, wait, what? Where did I say it? Where did I say that the forbidden letter, Mr. Jason?
It's just asinine.
Well, I guess I get to yeah. Yeah, I read it. Of course I did. Okay, gotta start over. Let me find it. Let me find it. It is... Oh, I have to be careful because that's on a... That's on a command, right? Or no, hold on, that might be wired into the channel reward. And I'm very aware I'm violating it right now. Just gonna flick the time a few times. If the time flickers out, Coin will try to make a note of what that time read and account for that accordingly. Nothing to do but try again. Anyway, where were we? Sinful Seraph says, upgrading has been great. Good. 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 Absolutely. Mr. Jason says, we have a page that notes all shareholders past and present, but the actual role only persists while they boost the organization. Makes sense. Mr. Shiny says, yeah. Just making you attempt to talk like Mr. Jason makes me think, in quotes, you think that is worth 10,000 points. Yeah, I gotta... Dang it, I did it again. There we go. Try again. Try again. Mr. Shadow says, you just have to have a conversation with Gemini. You just installed it a lot, especially because you have it pre-installed on your Samsung, and make him feel bad for RAM and video card prices. Yikeroonies. Anyway, our next location, now that I have that all... Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin has to keep an eye on the chat now. Yes, Mr. Coin does in fact have to keep an eye on chat. This is like Axel LPS all over again. Exactly like Axel LPS all over again. She would come in and redeem that forbidden letter all the time. Mr. Jason says that sounds like it. You know, the organ I. And I'm making a point to put the organ in front of that. Because if I don't, people will definitely think I'm violating it. I was going to argue for latitude. Yeah, see, I was going to argue for some latitude, but I have to start over again. Mr. Jason says, touche, Mr. Coin. You're too good for me. Mr. Coin does try very hard to make sure that he sidesteps all of these little problems that he keeps having whenever this particular letter gets redeemed as the try sound. No, it doesn't. There is a TR in front of that. Yes, isn't that a little bit of a semantics game there? Dang it. I started the sound, started over. This is really going to be it for the next 2 hours, isn't it? Mr. Gordo Goku says, LOL, funny redemption. Yes, it is. People usually laugh whenever this particular redemption makes the rounds. People do be clipping me having issues speaking without this particularly forbidden letter a lot. So next up, we have these two bridges that have to be crossed, and Mr. Coin is going to be particularly smart and not spawn where the Thunder Gleeok is. He's going to be smart and not do that. Mr. Shadio says, Mr. Coin is a very sophisticated streamer, talking about himself in the third person. Mr. Coin can do that unprompted sometimes, but sometimes Mr. Coin does need, or Mr. Coin struggles to do this when he suddenly has to be prompted to do it. Mr. Shiny says the forbidden word meta has been figured out. Indeed it has, Mr. Shiny. Indeed it has. Unfortunately, If all people ever do is redeem that word, or redeem that letter to be forbidden, Mr. Coin may have to figure out a way to prompt more interesting selections with that particular redemption. Maybe that particular selection gets a refund. Maybe that particular selection searches or checks for that particular letter by itself and doesn't permit it to be submitted when that letter is used. Mr. Jason said, yes, Mr. Jason can in fact do that unprompted. He's very good at it. So, we might be thinking, what the heck is over here? We've already been this way. There was even a battle talus off in this direction. And Mr. Coin will tell you, we're here for bridges. 2 of them. We are here for 2 bridges that can be bridged by the forbidden letter.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feed with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Mr. Coin will give you guys an extra minute on that because he knows that the advertisement was essentially a freebie for a minute, and Mr. Coin doesn't think that's fair. So, in the spirit of maintaining the challenge, for an extra couple of minutes, we do take commercial breaks around here. One will be coming up in about 3.5 minutes. And when that time does happen and the top of the hour strikes, there will be a timer that appears above my head. And it will read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, Mr. Coin will be getting up, grabbing a stretch, and doing other things. Mr. Coin highly encourages you guys to get up and do the same thing. Get up, stretch, grab a snack, what have you. But spend your time however you like. Mr. Coin isn't anyone's boss. Not really. Not in the grand scheme of things. But when the time does come and that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, Mr. Coin will return to his desk. And we will get back to the stuff we actually want to be doing. And not sitting through a commercial break. Mr. Coin knows nobody likes that. Mr. Gordo Goku says, well, that was a fun couple of hours, but at least you have a paraglider cloth. Did not accomplish any percentage. At least not by interacting with Mr. Addison. You may or may not have gotten something from discovering places you have not been to before, Mr. Gordo Goku. But you go on to say your hope was to find something new. Oh well, back to the drawing board. Gonna take a break now. A well-deserved break, too. Having to put up with Addison's BS is not really something that Mr. Coin likes to deal with all that much. Mr. Coin is blinking out the wrong timer. Here we are. When the bottom of the timer reaches 4 minutes, we can safely assume that the challenge has been successfully completed and Mr. Coin can speak the forbidden letter. But Mr. Coin has another 37 seconds before he can do that. So, bridge time. And apparently we had another bridge back there, the East Socala Bridge, that we had not discovered until after Mr. Coin ran across it in the, during the commercial break. Mr. Jason says, can Mr. Coin remind you of the forbidden word, Mr. Coin? Mr. Jason, the forbidden word is pointed out. Hold on. Down there. It's quite literally spelled out for you. Can't be more obvious than that. I believe I will not be taking bait. However, I said when the minute had already elapsed. It did not start until 3 minutes and 58 seconds on that timer. Ha! How about that one? I really will have to fix these timers moving forward. Mr. Shadnew says, Mr. Coin, you believe you already have the question to this answer, but you were curious if Mr. Coin has any piercings or tattoos. I used to have one. Not a tattoo. I've never had one of those. But piercings? Yeah, that left ear. We'll have to chat after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Even if it is waiting for it to end. Let's catch up with the chit-chat, and then we can keep moving. Mr. Gordo Goku says, you'll BRB2 in a second. No worries. Take your time. Mr. Shadnew says... I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, GG, good sir. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says that was fun still. It was fun. It was a little bit tribulating. Some of my practice of referring to myself in the third person has disappeared from when Axel used to come in and regularly redeem that, but I can still pull that skill together if I need to. It'll just take me a few times tripping over until I get to it. Mr. Shadku says, question to this answer. Top English like there I have. Ah, spoken to have. Totally nodded tongue you have. Right there. No worries. This is why I try to read the sentence as intended rather than as it's written. Because if I read it as if I read it as it's written, you know, it might sound like I'm poking fun at someone, and I don't want to do that. So, especially if they can't help themselves or English isn't their first language, I'd rather read it as intended. And you know, if the intention isn't right or the meaning isn't right, you know, that could be hammered out. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. So you've been meaning to ask an important question. Do ask. Although you probably feel like you should have the answer yourself. Should shareholder be a role that accesses the boardroom? Or is that risking too much sensitive information? I mean, aren't shareholders normally included in real meetings? They often aren't required to weigh in on anything. They discuss things, and if they need to weigh in on something, they weigh in on something and then go from there. If so, I feel like the answer should probably be, yeah, they should be given access to the boardroom, because giving them access to the boardroom is what a real company would do. And there's really, in this, I don't feel there necessarily has to be a degree of separation between a real company and us. That degree of separation comes elsewhere. And very important distinctions. Mr. Tension says, how much you got to go, Mr. Coin, in the game? Well, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Tension. We have, outside of these locations that I've just put together, just gonna make sure we don't have any other locations to find. I think that is all of the diamond-shaped ones, and I'll go ahead and remove these. Oh, also, let me make sure I've actually tracked them. There's a little twin bridge, these two bridges. Yep, that's all of them. We have just found all locations for the game. Because the other bit was the device dispenser, and we handled that first. So now we have treasure chests to whittle down and find. But to answer your question, Mr. Tension, like succinctly on time, outside of the treasure chests, we'll have 2 streams left before we go tackle Ganondorf. One of those is the armor upgrades, all the armor upgrades in a stream, and the other will be all the cooking recipes in a stream. Once we do those 2 things, we can go see how much of the game we actually have left when we go defeat Ganondorf. You know, get the remaining pictures, that kind of thing. Mr. Tension says, congratulations, thank you. Mr. Jason says, too true, but while Ned and Ed are appointed by us 3, shareholders a client immediately getting access. Yes, but that is true, but these people, that is counterbalanced by people paying money. And people are paying you $5 or however much server boosting is to like help you with your server. They should get something for that, and not just, you know, a nice thank you. These are people that are ideally boosting for their own personal reasons, but they are boosting that server. They should get something for their trouble. Even if it is just emotes or something, they should absolutely get access to that. Mr. Shadnew says, Mr. Coin, Master Chef, do you enjoy cooking IRL, Mr. Coin? I do generally enjoy it when I'm cooking things I want to cook, yeah. Now, if I'm having to cook something because someone asked me, I enjoy it a bit less, but, you know, that's just the nature of doing something because someone else asks you to versus doing something because you want to. I've had some wonderful pictures in the Discord server of me cooking food. Let me find the post. So in the food channel, or in the food, like forum post in my Discord server, one of the, or two of these should be, yes, it's right here. On October the 9th of last year, I put up a post of some stuff I cooked. One of those things were penne arrabbiata, or angry pasta in Italian, and the other was pesto chicken pasta, and I quite enjoyed those. I enjoyed the cooking process. I learned a lot about how to make sauce, or like various different sauces. I learned a bit more about what reducing means exactly, but those were cooking experiences I did quite enjoy. One I didn't quite enjoy quite as much was, you know, cooking hash browns with slathering them with ketchup and, you know, adding a bit of parsley on top. That was just take hash browns in a carton, drain them, add water, wait for it to heat up, drain it, put it in a skillet, and cook for like 12 minutes or until they get crispy. That's it. Kind of bog standard stuff, really. I'm good to close this checklist. Finally. Mr. G or Miss Carly says, you think shareholders should have their own area? I believe they do. It is the shareholders boardroom, but shouldn't have access to the boardroom. Yes, that is currently how it is right now, which I don't mind things staying that way. They get access to the shareholders boardroom. That is what they talk in if they have an actual issue with the way the Discord server is really being run, or if they want to give feedback on like a new emote or something they want us to include. Yeah, like that is the place for them to voice that, is there in the shareholders room, or other stuff that comes along with boosting someone's Discord server. Mr. Shadio says, when you first heard hash browns, you thought you were referring to brownies containing the forbidden plant? Oh no! Oh no! Where's it?
It's against the law.
No, not that is hashish. Hashish browns would be that right there. No. I'm talking about scrambled potatoes. You know, potatoes cut julienne, and then cooked on the griddle. That's what I mean. God, that would be, oh man, that is certainly one way to eat drugs. I'll tell you that much. Miss Carly says, yeah, you personally think it should stay like that for now? Absolutely. But yeah, we don't have very much left. And hopefully we don't have much left remaining after we beat the game. Mr. Tension says, what's the next game, Mr. Coin? You beat all the Zelda games? I have not beaten them all. But the next game is a mod hack, or a mod ROM / ROM hack of Ocarina of Time called The Ultimate Trial. It's gotten some updates as of 2025, so I thought I would play it for you guys as like our parting gift before I exit the world of Nintendo for a while, because I realize what kind of audience I've cultivated, and it's very Nintendo centric, and that's fine. That is totally fine, completely acceptable. Just like I said earlier when I talked about it earlier, I have a hard time wanting to stream Nintendo related things when Nintendo are being jerks, not only to their fan base, but also to companies that are smaller than them. Anytime they go an inch close to certain IPs. Now, in fairness to Nintendo, you know, I'll say that Pocket Pair did, you know, fly a bit too close to the sun with what they were copying. I mean, they couldn't have thought that Nintendo was actually going to let anything close to a Pokemon clone slide. They weren't going to do that. But the particular scope of reaction that Nintendo gave to this was unacceptable. Mr. Jason says you are president and Carly is VP, but in global context, you and Carly are both a president. See, I do feel like that is something probably worth clarifying. I do sort of have some confusion about that. I try to remember that I am a branch president. I am not an actual president. Or like, I have regional authority, but I do not have like wide-spanning authority. It's minor confusion at best. It can be cleared up in private. It's not really important. It doesn't impact the job, or quote unquote the job. Mr. Jason says essentially the only difference is Carly's in HQ. Right, like I said, like it's regional differences. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you'll be going, Mr. Coin. See you next time. Very well, Mr. Shiny. Thank you for your redemptions and your company. Thank you again, good sir. Oh my goodness, I forgot to thank Harry. I'm so sorry. I'll address that in a minute. But it was good to see you, Mr. Shiny. I do hope you rest well and are well. It was good to see you. I do hope I see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if not, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. I do look forward to our next meeting. Mr. Jason says the TCC's U.S. president is the highest authority in the U.S. Yeah, like, I get that. That, like, regional presidents do make sense to me. I don't know. It might have been, like, there might have been a more pickier word, or like a more, not pickier. Pickier word's not the right thing I want to use here. It might have been a finer detail, which when I took into context with just, you know, the confusion made me confused, but the individual points themselves didn't make me confused, if that's making any sense to you. Like, self-confusion. I'll get used to it. More than anything else. More than anything else, I think it's self-confusion. But I'll get used to it. Okay, so we have a treasure chest that is here. And I'm pretty... or at least I thought it was here. I know I didn't collect it. Oh... you know what? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, but yes, HQ generally leaves each branch to their own devices. Understandable. Okay. Must have been a chest right out here then. Because there's no cave in these parts. There's no cave that spans down here. So we're good. So our next chest is over here, right next to Dronox Pass. I'm pretty sure I saw, I'm pretty sure this is when I was hunting for, Zonai parts that I ended up like accidentally killing a whole camp of enemies. And so therefore, I unlocked a monster chest. Mr. Shadia says Japanese companies are really strict. Yep. That is absolutely correct. Something we talked about quite a bit earlier. You learn when playing Final Fantasy XIV you had to change the billing name. just because you put something random there as you thought it could be easily changeable, like on Steam, and you wanted to see the process of buying a subscription, and you had to wait for their response and all that, and you found out that for some time, a lot of players couldn't play because the company had some beef with Visa, you think? Take the Visa thingy with a grain of salt, you may remember incorrectly. Yeah. Preference of processing. But the community is really nice there, exactly because they are very strict with toxic behavior. Something I wish I could say the same about World of Warcraft, but alas, I cannot. And you know what? With Bobby Kotick's whole shtick about, you know, cultivating a toxic work environment, it does, you know, check out that the work environment, or that the play environment would also have similar problems. It isn't all just like, the workers took my germs and women all suck and should be in the kitchen. It's not always that simple. It's not always blatant, like racism, you know, misogyny and homophobia. Sometimes it is also as simple as, you know, people getting butthurt in raids. Or, you know, people being phobic mid-raid because someone didn't pull their weight, and rather than talking about it like an adult, you know, in a public or private setting, you know, they yell and scream like you know, man and woman children. And yes, I've heard women get irate in MMOs too. It might be really common for men to be toxic in this space, but there are some women that can get really freaky nasty in this space. I have been privy to one too many, like, TeamSpeak and Ventrilo conversations where this is happening. Oh my goodness. I was around before Discord, like, voice chat became a thing. God, the stuff people would talk about in these rooms is ridiculous. Mr. Shadio says, oh my god, you have no idea. I can imagine the toxicity on CS, Valorant, and League of Legends. Valorant not, and CS, not really. League of Legends I used to play when I was a, you know, teenage boy. I had friends who were into it back then. I played it too. I used to play Lux back before she received, like, you know, a variety of different changes to her. People would get upset whenever I played. And people would constantly accuse me of enting and throwing all the time. And that's just in chat. Never mind, like, the actual racist garbage I would sometimes hear. That I would sometimes hear because, you know, it's a male-domineered space, and that's just how it is sometimes. Mr. Shadio goes on to say, some people flame your girlfriend because she's a girl. And she probably plays in spaces you don't, so you can't always be there to defend her. So she has to defend herself, which is kind of really stinky. Mr. Shadio says, oh lord, the voice chat in CS can be pure degeneracy. Yeah, it's just... Oh, and I know a lot of times people don't even always consistently mean to be saying the slurs, right? It doesn't justify the slur or anything, but some people say it because the only context they ever hear the slur in is when people are mad. And when people are mad and say things while they're angry, it's understandable, but still not acceptable. Still not acceptable no matter what. So all you can really do is just not surround yourself with toxicity, or people have to grow the heck up. One of those two things. Mr. Shadio says, we usually play the online games together. Sometimes you flame, sometimes you ignore. You can't really win with these kinds of people. You win by not playing the game with them. You win by picking up your controller, putting it down, you know, on the table, and going away. That is the only method to win. It is just literally go somewhere else and come back when the toxicity is gone. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Game, a UK video game company, is entering administration and has now closed its HQ and its last 3 of 600 stores. They wonder why they're going bust, but then this story happened to a customer. You haven't bought anything from Game, well, over 10 years. The last time you tried, you can't specifically remember which game you wanted, but you remember going in there and the games had no prices on them. You asked the store manager how much the games were worth, or how much the games were worth, or you asked the store manager how much it was. He stood and thought about it for a few seconds before, and decided on £50. You advised him that it was only 42 in Smith's and asked if he'd be willing to price match. He politely declined, so I politely went to Smith's and bought it from there instead. Well, so it happens when, you know, you get someone who wants to price the games and, like, get super greedy. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised they went bankrupt. Good riddance. You know, I hope they learn their lesson for whatever future business venture they decide to engage in. Mr. Shadyo says, I mean, we usually AFK or troll if we're flamed. Fair. That is the correct course of action. Don't feed the troll. Do not feed trolls. You will regret it. Not to say you don't know not to do that or anything, just making it a point of order for other people who are listening to, you know, if they're thinking about feeding trolls, don't. You will hate yourself for doing that. So we're just going to kind of come through each region and get the chests one by one. Before I forget, I apologize to Mr. Harry for, you know, forgetting to thank him for his follow. I think there was just a lot of different conversations that were happening at that time, and I lost him in the sauce. Good sir, I do want to thank you for your follow. I normally, you know, at least thank people while keeping it anonymous, but I feel since I have forgotten you in particular, or lost you mid-conversation, I feel it's worth specifically saying this. I do hope you continue to enjoy your stay here, good sir, along with all of your emotes and other, like, special privileges that come along with that, good sir. You know what? I should probably whip out a shield and then put on exactly two pieces of glide armor. That's the latitude we have when this is happening. And we're gonna move over to this chest down there. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Game wonders why they're shutting down. Yeah, you don't think maybe it's got a little something to do with overcharging for your products that you don't even get, you know, firsthand? That sounds like GameStop. I don't know if GameStop has, like, branches in the UK or whatever, but here in the US, you know, well, they never exactly priced, like, above market or anything. It's more of their programs were just never good enough to keep business, and naturally physical brick and mortar stores are just going to shut down as things become more digital. That's just how it is. If we want to prevent that, then there are certain barriers to progress that cannot be removed, because if they are removed, people will lose their jobs, among other things. Mr. Shadyu says, oh, trust you? I do. You could really make those guys' matches miserable and you enjoy it. Not once they rage quit because you were ruder than them. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, they sell at retail, but the fact that they refuse to budge on the price is the killer. Yeah. I don't know why the game is, like, shifting in which ear the sound's coming out of. Yeah. I mean, not being able to haggle for price is certainly a thing, or a price match at least. Mr. Shadus is probably not healthy, but a lot of times you operate on the idea of, if you step on my tail, I step on your head. so I'm just going to be more vicious to you when it comes to flaming. Sometimes it's fine. You need to like snap to like, you need to snap back to prove a point. And other times, you know, that can be taken overboard. It's something I deal with on a personal level. Like, I consistently tell people, hey, you probably shouldn't do that. You wouldn't like me when I'm upset. But no one listens. And so because no one listens, well, when I snap at them and they wonder, how, you went from 0 to 100 real quick? I'm like, yeah, I warned you not to cross me. You did. Do you regret it now? Some people say yes. Some people shrug and say, I don't care. But in most or any case, you know, they learn that I don't have like a low tolerance or like a quick I have a hair trigger temper is what I would like to say. You can push me for a while, but eventually I do snap. And when I snap, I do not hold back. Generally speaking anyway. Mr. Jason says, you saw one game that was 5+ years old and it was still the full $49.99. That is just markup. That is disgusting. Yeah, that is just markup for no reason other than, yay, more money. That is capitalism taken too far, in my opinion. And they're not going to get a customer when they do that, especially if no one else is selling in that price. Absolutely, no one is going to do that. So I was diligent pretty early on, is what I am learning, and it wasn't until later when the diligence, when I stopped being quite as diligent because we had things to do. That is what Mr. Coin is learning. Anyway. I'll kind of explain this again, but I'm going to have to explain it day of because I know my audience. And thank you, Mr. Tension. I appreciate it. When it comes to the armor and cooking streams, both of those, when it comes to those, what's going to happen is that day there will be a 20-minute. I'll find a way to put up a timer for this so that we can kind of measure our time accordingly. We're going to chat with each other for about 20 minutes. Then afterwards, we're going to do business. I'm going to turn off all the overlays and stuff, and I'm going to hit the record button, and we're going to, record just the gameplay. Like, you guys won't be able to see each other on cross platforms or stuff like that. I'm going to turn off those interfaces so I have something pristine to show everybody when all the armor upgrades are finished. I'll turn the overlays back on. I'll put the timer up for another 20 minutes. Or maybe even 30 minutes, depending on what we get finished. And after that time, I'll call it a stream then, no matter how long or short it is. Mr. Shadyo says, when it comes to management in some companies, it feels like they don't use their brain. Well, they're thinking about shareholder profits is what they're doing. They're not thinking about long-term profit. When it comes to Ubisoft, the person that was a game tester told you that the people are really good and creative there, but the management is why the company is so bad. Yeah, they care about big number go up. Now, I, as a capitalist myself, also care about big number go up. Big number go up is good for profit. Speaking jingoistically and laissez-faire on purpose to make a point. I like when big number go up, but you can't cut off your nose to spite your face, which is what these companies are doing. You cannot have a prioritization over short-term profit or of short-term profit over long-term profit. You will inevitably consume more resources and crash and burn eventually when you do that. If you want healthy businesses, you have to prioritize long-term growth. You have to prioritize long-term growth. And workers' rights. Ideally, the capitalism we all should be seeing in the world is welfare capitalism instead of cronyism, which is what we currently have right now. Cronyism is a blight, a stain of a blight on this planet, and should absolutely be removed. Oh, I did miss a message. I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. Our latest verified streamer is named Symphony. To her other mod, ML7, you said Blue. You just said Blue, or client representative manager, will welcome Symphony to the organization at some point. When we were back in opening hours, TCC management will explain how the role works to Symphony. Yeah, we do need to get a role on those those changes so that we can reopen that role sooner rather than later. Because while that role is closed, and the only way people get in is through, personal attention from you or another person, well, kind of not going to go much of anywhere. We're going to bleed members or lose them faster than we can keep them in some cases. It kind of depends on what, people are doing that day. But, these past couple of weeks have just not been great for me. I'm just going to be so honest. The ice storm had me hunkered down a couple of days. And then also especially with still having to manage the board, still managing the board shuffles, along with, us barreling toward the end of the game, has not been great. Mr. Shadyo says, you feel bad for Ubisoft. They're capable of making some great games. Too true. Also, they downgraded the Watch Dogs first game graphic to match the one on the console. Yuck. Mr. Shadyo says, anyway, you have to go now. Goodbye, Mr. Coin and Mr. Jason, other people from chat. Very well. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shadyo. It was good to have you, as always. I do hope I can see you sooner rather than later. But if not, if I don't get to see you, for whatever reason, do rest well. Stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to let that conversation between you and the TCC executive chair play out. And while we continue to gallivant around the world looking for treasure chests, because that has got to be a thing that happens. The sooner we get this done, the better off we'll be. Speaking of... Oh, right. Yeah, we can just... While we're not in Picada, we don't have that to worry about. Nice. Most of these chests are monster chests. There are a few of them that were like loose Zonai treasure chests. But for the large part, most of the ones we've missed are monster chests. Very well. An acknowledgement to the conversation that is going on. Oh, this has got to be inside the place. This has got to be inside the cave. Probably. I think. There's no way it wouldn't be in there. Let's head inside the monster fort real quick. Perfect. Oh, cool. We could just climb the sides. I don't know why I never did this before. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, pertaining to Symphony, they were the one who you referred to when someone in chat was being abrasive. They messaged you just now and said, thank you for how you handled that viewer, by the way. You're a little uncomfortable, but indeed you handled it perfectly, and you think they got the message. Good, good. Yeah, some streamers, there are some content creators out there that will absolutely, ask that you it looks like that we've already gotten this chest. Yes. Maybe. I'm actually not 100% sure. Toss him. That is a Hylian tomato. That is an apple. Let me actually toss a fire fruit at the thing, please. A couple of these. There we go. Barrel through here and absolutely nothing. Okay. We can move right along then. Next one's like over there. That seems fine. Yeah, some streamers are gonna ask that you act first and then talk about it later. Other people like a more balanced approach where you sometimes act first, sometimes you let the streamer act first. Other times you will have people who are like, yeah, wait for me to give you a signal, then do whatever you're gonna do. I'm kind of, I know, this happens to me all the time. I end up taking like a middling position on some things. And part of it kind of depends on who my particular moderator is. Like, for example, with you, Mr. Jason, I know you like to wait for instruction before you know, just operate as a mod. Like, you actually lay your hammer down and do your job, so to speak. My sibling, on the other hand, when they're here, they are more of the, it kind of depends. If someone's being an ist or a phobe, well, you know, they're not going to wait long to act on that. That is a nice ban, like right away. If someone is being annoying, they might wait for me to say, yeah, would you like me to do something about them or what have you? I've had it go a number of ways with my sibling. I've had it go a number of different ways with them. So I have a middling position. Sometimes I like it when my moderators act. Mainly when there's like a clear, open, shut case of someone being an unrepentant ist or phobe, and I've asked them, you know, hey, that's not okay to say. You know, you should apologize. If that person's an unrepentant jerk, then yeah, you know, they've already shown themselves who they are, shown us who they are, and there shouldn't really be much waiting for them to be removed. On the other hand, someone who's pretending to be a scammer, it might require a little bit more finesse before we can ban them. Mr. Jason says, of course, you only use this tool in moderation. Too true, Mr. Jason, too true. Mr. Jason says you act on scammers and bots and ists, as you call them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then other things, you know, I appreciate it when my mods wait on me to say, hey, mods, yeah, this person is being a problem. Can you get rid of them, please? You know, that type of thing. Hold on. Okay, no, there's not a marker there. That's what I was wondering, is if I had marked a location. Let's do that. And I'm hoping we just put that over there, and we can flap about for a little while. Mr. Jason says, outside of scammers, bots, and its, you'll try to understand the context or wait for the sign that the streamer wishes you to act. Yeah, like it might here, Mr. Jason, that's a totally fine rule to follow. If someone is not being a blatant ist or phobe, you know, let's make sure we have enough information before we send them out the door. And usually with someone who is being a blatant ist or phobe, you know, I do issue a warning, right? Like, I realize what Twitch Terms of Service is. Maybe someone got mad or frustrated and said something they didn't mean to say. So I try to give people some chance to redeem themselves and not just you know, what is so often the case, you know, show themselves to be a complete foe or an ist. But if they go on to be an unrepentant one, then I will unrepentantly ban them. Mr. Jason says, you never used to be this professional, but you're incredibly proud of your TCC. Oh, are we about to hear a story of, you know, Mr. Jason past? Is that about to be what happens? That whole "you never used to be this professional" line has me intrigued. I mean, nobody's the same person they were a year ago, but or even 5 years ago. But Mr. Jason says, not particularly. You're not particularly trying to tell a story, or you're not particularly you weren't you weren't particularly professional before the TCC. Are you reiterating what you said? Just so I understand and that wires are not crossed. Mr. Tension says, you can't wait to get your Nintendo DS, Mr. Coin. Good luck. I trust that. Yeah, you know, I do have to remember, it's not the DSs that are rare. You know, Nintendo makes those. It's the capture cards. Mr. Jason says you weren't going to tell a story. Fair. Your current professionalism was a learned thing when you realized that the TCC became popular. Were you more of a Cockney? Did you speak more in Cockney back then, Mr. Jason? Out of complete curiosity. Or... Nah, fair. I appreciate you being... I brought out a weapon for that. Where is it? It's right here. Let me try to whip it out right. There we go. Bunch of plates, all like this. No, I'm in the ice. Get out of the ice. Give me 1 second. I'm having to cross a dangerous precipice right now. And crossing an icy channel will kill you extra quick if you let it. There we go. Is it raining? I can't tell. No, it's not. Good. Mr. Jason says you've always been a formal speaker. That's fair. But what you mean is with the TCC, you run an entire network. So the way you act is how our clients will see me or see you. Yeah. As with you and Miss Carly. Fair. Mr. Jason says if you were being chased by polar bears, that water would be unbearable. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. Okay, so this is a little outpost, and that is a real bona fide armor chest that we have to go unlock. Nice. We probably are going to run a little bit over our deadline, and that's okay. It wasn't a hard deadline in the first place. I just wanted to, you know, make clear that my intention was definitely to, like, move within, like, the first couple of weeks of February. And so it's just easier if I set a somewhat hard deadline for myself. I don't think so, Mr. Bokoblin. Absolutely not. I do not want you getting any ideas. Oh, and I forget that I have one stapled to a puff shroom. I should absolutely be using that. Oh well. Bop. That should be the end of that. Mr. Jason says there is one TCC rule that applies all the way down from president to client, Mr. Coin. Between 5 p.m. TCC time and 8:59 a.m. TCC time, you're off the clock. as is Miss Carly. Although your hours are different, Mr. U.S. Branch President. Too true. And of course, I consider my office hours to kind of more or less be open at all times. I do have like a schedule, and I do adhere to it, but if someone, you know, texts me in the middle of the night on Discord and says, hey, I need you to look at something, you know, either as soon as I wake up or as soon as I'm at my desk, I do try to handle that. I do have a schedule and I try to adhere to it, but life is full of exceptions. I try to live by the fact that life is full of exceptions rather than life is full of rules. As is often said in, oh, I have to take it out of the chest though, or it doesn't count. Oh, I can do this. Perfect. Even better. As someone who was studying to be a biologist, I can safely tell you the things about biology that intrigue everyone, or that intrigue a lot of people, is supposed to be the exceptions. Life is full of rules. It's worth knowing them all. But life is full of exceptions. Exceptions to the rule. And the rules, or the exceptions, help prove why the rules exist, so to speak. And I try to carry that mantra with me elsewhere. I know how structured I am as a person, but I also know that life is not lived within the boundaries of the rules. Life is lived between the rules. A lot of the time. Mr. Jason says, as you said with the compliment to you the other day, good sir, we could be in a super important TCC meeting and you'll be like, nope, it's going to skip stream time soon. Meeting adjourned. Too true. Too true. And I do appreciate that, good sir, as always. I do hope one day that we'll get to a point where people are not calling meetings just because I happen to be streaming, but I am flattered that you do that. For the record. We might as well put this down here. Now, I can't remember if this was an external chest or an internal one. If it's an internal one, that could be a problem. Ah, it's another monster chest. Cool. We can, hopefully knock this out relatively quickly. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, though, Mr. Coin. Oh. One. Well, yeah, they're not going to pop that in a single sitting. Let's see if we can't, like, make this a relatively clean fight. There we go. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Mr. Jason says TCC time is just based on a general UK workday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. is pretty standard. That's true. That is certainly true. If only I operated by those rules. Well, and by operate, I don't mean here in the TCC. If only I were, you know, regularly adjusted to UK time, it would be a lot easier for you. I hate that time even has to be moved around for me in the first place. But not much to do, you know, except let operations commence. I'm gonna come up there and grab those apples and palm fruit. Take all the resources I can get. It's nice having extras of things in case something goes awry or wrong with the game. Now, what I don't know, that looks like a internal chest. Mr. Jason says you can set off your own hours in the TCC, but within the 5-hour difference, it might conflict with board meetings. It's a difficult balance. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think we found a good one. I think we found a good balance. Of course, we're at the stage where we don't really need to call a whole bunch of board meetings. We need to call like executive level meetings. We do need to call board level meetings, but we're at the, I think we're less at the stage where we need to do things within a specific timetable, and more over as long as we are actively working toward implementing certain things we've all discussed, we're making good progress, and you know, we can loosen up when the meetings are happening. Honestly, I think once we get these changes rolled out in the TCC, we would really only need to have a meeting maybe once a month, and that's just to check on each other, you know, how are things doing. Maybe once a week if I'm being less than generous, but the idea would certainly be we could ease up. If you recall, American TCC hours end at 1:59 a.m., which for you is 7:59 p.m. Do not remember off the top of my head. I'm semi-terrible with time, so let me get spammed by my phone a bunch. Holy crap, so many notifications. Let me look at that with our handy-dandy little, you know, information register. 8:59. Really close. It is an 8-hour, like an 8 or 9-hour shift. Or at least it says 8:59 a.m. here, but I know that's a timestamp that was being used, so yeah, basically 9 at night. 8 hours should be correct. Yeah, exactly. It's basically an 8-hour shift. The UK shift is the day shift, or I should say the UK and European shift is the day shift, and the American shift is the night shift. Which doesn't bother me that much, because, you know, I am a night owl. I mean, I'd like to be a night owl is what I should probably say. It's hard for me to be a night owl when all my clients require me to be up during the day. I say all my clients, but I should say all my client jobs require me to be up during the day, so it's hard to do that, but in general, if I could have things my way, I would definitely be up at night. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, beating these Zelda games at 100% is no joke. Big respect that you're doing what you're doing. I appreciate that, Mr. Tension. Zelda game, going for 100% in Zelda games is generally somewhat of an undertaking, at all times. And, that is to say, you have to know that you're asking yourself to... I'm trying to remember if there is a chest that shows up here or not. Let's knock him into... Oh, never mind. Let's not knock him into the water. He's just dead. He's already dead. 1, 2. I know there's another one lurking about somewhere. That did not give a cutscene. I think we've already been here. Mr. Jason says, no meetings at least commence until 2 p.m. TCC time or 9 o'clock for you. Yeah. We still have to collectively work out Haru. Corporate Secretary Haru. That 8 hours is, to put it unprofessionally, a yikes. It might just... It is possible we could upshift the meeting time by like an hour. And that is to say, I'm sorry. That would I mean I should say downshift, shouldn't I? Because Haru is like what 3 hours behind me, so it's like 1 p.m. for them. If we want them to be up for meetings, we would need to push the meeting time even later, like say 10 or 11 p.m. To give that would be like 8 o'clock in the morning for them, more or less. And I'm not even really sure that is I'm not even sure how wholly accurate that is. It may, like I said before with Discord, and I'd be more than happy to say it again as we close up shop for the day. Our meetings might need to be extended meetings, and by that I mean to say we start a meeting at a certain time, but you know, if we need to talk or chit chat, and you know it's not meeting hours, we can at least chat in there. Miss Carly says, "Wait, 10 p.m. for us? Respectfully, you'll be in bed at 10 p.m." No, well, yeah, 10 p.m. for me, not. I'm sorry. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, time zones. 10 p.m. my time, or 11 p.m. my time. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. That would be, you would be in bed. You're correct. I mean a.m. 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. my time. Would be 7 or 8 o'clock where Haru is what I'm saying. Because if I remember right, Haru is like on the opposite coast of where I am, and I'm East Coast, so I think Haru is West Coast, if what Mr. Jason is saying is correct, and based on what I remember previous discussions. So that's quite the the gap. And Mr. Jason says, at least with Haru, Miss Carly could give you tasks to give Haru. Yeah, that's true. Miss Carly says, you were going to say it's currently 10 p.m. and you're sat in bed in your PJs. I ain't attended no meeting. I wouldn't attend any meeting either. I would be dead to the world. At least while I'm living in these circumstances anyway. So I'm just going to edit this so we know where we're going. Our next few streams are going to be a combination of treasure chests and compendium stuff. We still got some creatures I got to make snaps of. We have that to do. We have a couple of monsters that we can go find. We also have, and I will continue to work on, you know, this equipment. That's got to get done. But we are slowly coming to a close on this game. And I hope that if we don't end on the 5th, hopefully it won't take us more than, you know, another week, tops, to finish the stream. And that'll be fine. Mr. Jason says, Haru absolutely deserves the role. That they do. The only caveat is the time difference. Yeah, like I said, that's why I'm thinking extended meetings. Like, the meetings last for, you know, like a whole week. But during that time, you know, where, you know, people could kind of chat whenever, you know, outside of like closing hours. But that, you know, that's obviously like a idea coming off the hip more than anything. Miss Carly says, you don't think PJs with bunnies on are a good meeting attire? Too true. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure we three agree on that. Too true. Before you go, Mr. Coin. Oh. I guess I'm waiting on that. You know, tomorrow, yeah, like I've already said, we're going to be doing all of that. If you guys are part of the Discord server, which I will go ahead and chill that out now. And if you're not part of the Discord server, you should highly consider joining the Discord server, because I work really hard on it, and it's where your benefits come from. Let me just find the correct command here. Wait, why is that? Oh, thank you for the assist on that, Mr. Gorda Goku. Much appreciated. Mr. G, or before you go, Mr. Coin, you have 1 hour to work with on that. You can begin the business day at 10 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. and end at 5:59 p.m. and not 4:55 p.m., but then it's immediately to your stream for extended meetings. Oh, I'm talking about I will discuss that more in writing, where there is less confusion. Especially when we're trying to like conclude the stream. I don't think we need to like make any like drastic adjustments to time or anything. Let me go ahead and just pause this. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin TOTK is legendary. You love this game. I like it too. I love it a lot. There are parts of it that I don't care for, of course, but I have generally enjoyed my time playing the game. And when we do our end of game review, like what, after the cutscene, like ending credits and stuff have a chance to roll, I'll talk then, because there are a lot of things I want to say about this game, and I've withheld some of them because they would either hamper the experience or it's something that I will have already said for like the upteenth time, or these are things that will go into the video essay, and so I don't want to rehash them too many times. But I have a lot of things I want to say about this game, especially coming off the back of Breath of the Wild. So we've been in the same game engine for almost 2 years. Not quite 2 years, but getting pretty close to that. Yeah. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. Anytime. That said, this has been another, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom stream. My name is Coin. If you guys want to know where any and all of my hallowed halls are, do check below the video display on Twitch, or in the description at the bottom of said description will be a link tree. Do click on that. At the top middle, there will be a Discord icon. Just click on that, and that'll take you right to my server. I'd love to have you. I work really hard on it. We post pictures. We talk about game stuff or real life. Sometimes we do that too. And especially if you are a subscriber on Twitch or you're a member of Coffee or Patreon, definitely join the Discord, because your benefits are there and you are missing out on those if you aren't part of the Discord. And you're very welcome, Miss Carly. Mr. Tension, Mr. Gorda Goku, Miss Carly, Mr. Jason, and to all of the rest, thank you guys so much for being here, for attending the stream today. I am grateful for that. And with that, you guys and all of the rest now know where my hallowed halls are. So with that, do stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there. I'll see you next time. And with that, goodbye.